formulate policy options on issues of national importance, recruit leaders for national office, and also for local authorities, and in some cases provide checks and balances, especially when they are in opposition. Political parties also hold the government to account. To perform these tasks, political parties need money in order to mobilize supporters, to participate in election campaigns, to establish and maintain party offices and executive structures, and to conduct issue and policy research and communicate with members and the public. So what has been the experience with corruption and transparency? Yesterday we talked about integrity.
This is the actual device.
Now this integrity associated with funding. K, private funding to political parties. Influence parties to act in particular ways or lead to them. To tackle these questions, join me in inviting my panel of eminent individuals to the podium. Now first invite Ms. Sheila Masinde, who is the Executive Director of Transparency International, Kenya, to come to the podium. Sheila. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Karam Singh, Executive Director, Corruption Watch, West Africa. And whether it's necessary for funding, for the duration of sources of funding. In other words, can you say there are something about the need to fund political parties, and whether the state should regulate sources of funding.
Oh, sweet.
Good morning.
I can hear. I can hear.
And once again, thank you so much to Transparency International Zambia for allowing me the opportunity to join you in this conference.
Speaking from the
We spoke a lot yesterday broadly on the issue of integrity. Constitution, which was negotiated in the post-apartheid era, enacted in 1996. And in that constitution, it guarantees the provision of public funding for political parties in the realization of the important role that political parties play in democracy. So we've got local governments, we've got 9 provinces, and we've got a national government. And next year we'll have a quite vigorous national election that will take place. Requires resources. So it's kind of almost common cause that political parties require a degree of financing in order to be able to function effectively. Then the question comes, to what extent does this require regulation? There's a comment that my former executive director of Corruption Watch often makes, that the regulation of political parties in South Africa has really been a very light touch up until quite recently. In fact, political parties are almost treated as private associations with regulations which are similar to a local tennis club or a local sports club. But of course, the potential influence and the potential damage that can come from corrupt activities, from bribery, from undue influence in political parties creates a situation where we need this kind of regulation. I think there is a famous kind of historical idiom which says, he who pays the piper calls the tune. And I think that's something that we understand well. So that if there isn't sufficient transparency over who is funding political parties, there creates a situation within the body politic of doubt, questions around trust, what actually motivates a political party to take a particular position, and some greater transparency around who funds political parties at least begins to give the public a picture about sort of who is aligned to this party and why it may take up certain positions in relationship to who's providing it with funding.
Thank you very much, Karam. Sheila, could you tell us something about your experience in Kenya with the funding of political parties, and of course the debate around regulating sources of funding for political parties?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to all the participants. I also join in thanking TI Zambia and the Anti-Corruption Commission for organizing this session, and also finding it fit to inviting me all the way from Kenya to come and share our experiences in regard to political party and campaign financing, which are really, really hot topics in our country as well. Kenya has had a multi-party system since 1992, so that's about 31 years. But previously also, just after independence, I think for about 20 or maybe 19 years, until 1983, 82, thereabouts, we also had a multi-party system. But I think we are now really seeing the real multi-party system in practice in the last 30 years. Our constitution provides for that as a way of strengthening democracy and participation in political processes. And our constitution also provides for financing of political parties, and we have a law for political party financing as well. That's the Political Parties Act, which provides for financing, only that it is tied to a certain formula in regard to performance in the elections. So number of presidential votes garnered and also number of parliamentary seats that have been garnered will determine the amount of money that you will get from the state. So not all political parties actually get funding. Some do, others don't, depending on performance in the elections. So there's a criteria around that. But why that decision was made in terms of supporting political parties was, again, just as Karam has reflected, the whole question around the sources, who's financing these political parties. And particularly in our country, we had a history where it was hard at some point to separate funding and expenditure by particularly the ruling party and public expenditure as well. I remember one particular case where we have our main conference center. For those who have been in Nairobi, we have what we call the Kenyatta International Conference Center, which is actually built with public resources. But at the point where our former ruling party, that was KANU, the Kenya African National Union, was leaving office in 2002, it came to light that this property had actually been transferred to the ruling party. And so it had to be reclaimed so that it came back to ownership by the public and by the government. So there was a really, really gray line in regards to what was owned by the public through the government and what was owned by the ruling party. And I think that kind of kickstarted discussions on the need to then legitimately look into funding for political parties. But we still have issues. We still have particular problems in regard to them being able to be accountable for some of the resources they receive. They are required, the ones who are receiving money from the public funds, from the exchequer, to actually publish their audited funds every year. That's a requirement. Whether that actually happens or whether they are actually compelled to do that, that's another question. But as per the law, you receive money from the government, you're supposed to actually account for it and make those accounts public. The other question is then, of course, what about other money that they receive from private sources? Because that also happens and they're at no liberty to disclose that. The other aspect I also wanted to share was on campaign funding, because for us, many of our political parties actually spend more during the election campaigns. Outside the elections, it's routine funding, it's routine expenditure, rent for offices, and then a number of them are actually briefcase political parties. They exist on paper and are only revived during the elections, because during the elections, again, there's a lot of money to be earned from giving out nomination, whether it's presidential nominations or parliamentary nominations to for tickets to the Senate. And that's when many of our political parties are actually revived just a few months to the elections, because that's when there's a lot of money to be made. In between the electoral cycle, the elections, you'll find many of them are really not active, maybe apart from the ones who are actually funded by the public exchequer. But even for those, they don't have a lot of activities. It will mostly be, one of parliamentary group meetings. Many of them don't have elections. Even currently, our ruling coalition, our ruling the biggest party, they don't have elections. I'm yet struggling to remember when I had any of our parties actually having elections, because that's another problem altogether. So there's a question about where all this money goes to, but that's why you'll find that a lot of spending is during the campaigns. And then the other thing in terms of whether our candidates actually get support from our political parties, it's actually the other way around. If I'm going to run for elections, I'm the one to pay my political party. Of course, for the nomination ticket, there's the official money that you pay to get a ticket, but there's also money that you have to pay behind the scenes to actually secure a nomination. So there's really a lot of money to be made, and many of our political parties come alive during that time just to be able to get that money. I suppose we'll come into campaign funding, so maybe I can stop there.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sheila. So I think what we are making out of this, that there is corruption in the political parties, and there's need for us to ensure that political parties as institutions of democracy are also democratic. Now, coming to Zambian experience, Peter, can you tell us what has been happening? Because I think apart from the other two given us the experience of funding of political parties by the state, they have legislation. Zambia doesn't have legislation. It's provided for in the constitution, Article 60, but we still don't have enabling acts to actually have it done. Can you try to look at answer the question whether
we need funding political parties, and whether the issue of sources of funding is an area which needs regulation in this country.
Thank you, Doc. And when I hear political party financing, I go back to 2010, and I see Dr. Neo Simtani, Dr. Njunga, and Yusuf Dodia at a hotel called Golden Bridge. And that's where I think everything starts from. And progressively, Zambia goes to think about a political parties bill, right? So this is, of course, a realization that there is too much money in politics, one, and so there is need to regulate that. But also the 2016 constitution realizes that political parties currently are organized as clubs. And this is why I laughed when you said, you know, they look like a tennis club. Indeed, they are, right? So, and we get thinking, how do you have a leader of a club end up being a leader, you know, of a country? So we need to attach some form of institution to these organizations so that then they can become formal and more legal and then be recognized as such. Do we need political party funding in Zambia? For a number of reasons. One, it is seen as a formula that will lead us towards enhancing the participation of women, youths, and persons with disabilities. Once you get the formula right in terms of how you allocate the funding that is being provided. Number two is the issue that everybody talked about yesterday, issues of open ownership, you know, all those things. How do these companies relate? Yesterday we were told how, you know, certain companies have got politically exposed persons behind them, and this is because these are, you know, organizations that will bankroll a political party for its activities. And so we want to be careful in terms of issues around state capture, and, you know, just make sure that there is integrity within the process. So yes, we need some form of funding, but also regulation. And one of the things that I think political parties across the board agreed to was the issue of non-regulation when it comes to the 2017 political parties bill. It was interesting that everybody said, no, we don't want to be, you know, to be opened in public in terms of disclosing our sources of funding. But we want to know, is this government as a result of a terror, you know, organization behind it, you know? So how legitimate is this particular political party? And also, the fact that we do not know who funds these political parties is why perhaps we have, you know, issues around who is getting contracts consistently. So, you know, what other deals are we negotiating? Who is really behind? Who is really running the government and stuff like that? So for me, from those perspectives, the issue of, ensuring that there is broader participation from the marginalized groups. I think the political parties bill comes in to help that. But also, I think it tries to then model political parties to institutions that are strong, institutions that adhere to inter-party democracy principles, that there will be a structure that recognizes different actors within the organization. Like I said, currently the political parties are registered under the Societies Act, which of course just looks at them as clubs or movements. And that really, for me, does not speak to the issues of democracy and institutionalization. The issues of integrity then would not be stronger. So I think the political parties bill tries then, or political party legislation tries to address those things, in addition to regulating how much money a political party is able to spend, but also disclose where that particular money is coming from.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think let's now focus on what influence private funding of political parties has on political parties. I've come to learn that political parties sometimes raise money. Leaders get donations, but these donations are not actually reflected or banked in party accounts that sometimes, not all the time, political parties don't even have accounts to report on. But run campaigns, they have money to run campaigns, but actually there's no money in the account, the bank accounts, or they don't even have bank accounts to talk about. What is the experience with Karam, with South Africa in terms of the influence of private funding on the parties, especially the ruling party, and whether this has implications for state capture?
Well, I think the story of state capture in South Africa is probably quite well known to this audience. We had a extensive judicial commission of inquiry into allegations of state capture that was chaired by the then Deputy Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, who subsequently has become Chief Justice. When Judge Zondo took up the call to lead this judicial commission of inquiry, there had been allegations circulating in the public through investigative journalism, through other notorious incidents for almost a decade, that there was undue private influence over the ANC as a governing party, and subsequently over the state. There were a couple of notorious incidents of one was a Minister of Finance being fired, and someone who was eminently unqualified being put in that seat, presumably with the backing of a private family. Now, if it wasn't for the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, this would have all been just allegations. The state capture project was extensive. It involved the weakening of state institutions, including the National Prosecuting Authority and the police. But primarily it was a project around going after state-owned enterprises such as Eskom, Transnet, South African Airways, and Denel, and capturing the procurement of those state-owned enterprises. What came out in the testimony in the Zondo Commission was real collusion between private entities and political parties. So I'll give you one example. Everybody knows about the Guptas and the Gupta family and their proximity to Jacob Zuma. They've subsequently been charged, and there's an attempt to extradite them to South Africa, which has failed. But there were other aspects of the state capture project that didn't involve the Guptas. And one of the notorious ones involves a company called Bosasa that was run by a family called the Watsons, who were based in the Eastern Cape and were longtime supporters of the African National Congress. Now, in a previous life, I worked for an anti-corruption agency in South Africa called the Special Investigating Unit, the SIU. The SIU is a civil recoveries body that does investigations, corruption investigations, with the hope of recovering assets lost to the state as a result of corruption. So I was at the SIU from 2006 to about 2012. And in 2010, there was a proclamation to investigate the Department of Correctional Services. And what came out in that investigation was that the Department of Correctional Services had been captured by this company, Bosasa, that they were in collusion with officials to draw up tender specs around catering, around perimeter fencing. Effectively, the Bosasa group received upwards to 12 billion rand worth of contracts from government, corruptly acquired. What came out in the Zondo Commission was that during this time, there were numerous kickbacks from Bosasa to the ANC. That in fact, during one of the national elections, Bosasa had actually set up a war room for the ANC. They were providing security installations to private homes. In fact, one of the private homes was to Gwede Mantashe, the Secretary General of the ANC, who currently remains in the cabinet of Cyril Ramaphosa, facing no charges. There were other types of gratification that flowed back to the party. So, what came out in the Commission of Inquiry was this kind of corrupt nexus as part of a state capture project of private companies benefiting from government tenders and kicking back money to political parties. And that really was a key characteristic of the state capture project as we understand it following the Zondo Commission. Sadly, 3 years of testimony at the Commission of Inquiry, 1 year to write the report. 9 cases have been enrolled before the courts without a single prosecution yet for state capture. There have been civil recoveries of some funds. The Guptas have not faced any, have not been produced before court. And Jacob Zuma, the former president who ultimately was the kingpin of this operation, has not faced any charges as a result of his complicity in state capture. So I've got a particular bugbear around this challenge around this notion of a commission of inquiry. Absolutely essential in order to surface these what were previously allegations, but it hasn't been a tool that we've been able to use to drive actual accountability.
Thank you very much. Sheila, I've read that so much money is normally spent during elections in Kenya, and parties raise so much from private sources. Can you say something about whether funding to opposition parties that eventually end up in government leads to state capture, whether some of the parties that were funded by particular interests in the experience, in the Kenyan case, actually produce state capture, or whether state capture is there in your country, Kenya?
Thank you. In regard to state capture and political party and campaign financing, yes, we have seen this manifested in different ways. One is the fact that people will capture institutions and also the resources that these institutions hold to try and fund their political activities. We just had elections, very, very competitive elections in 2022. So just barely a year off our last election. And what I would say about that election, we had a situation where we had the then president, supporting the opposition candidate, and we had his deputy president also vying for presidency. So in essence, we had 2 incumbents with access to state resources. And in the end, it's a deputy president who won, despite the fact that he kept on saying, I'm actually the opposition candidate, but he's seated in public office, but calling himself the opposition candidate, and still with a lot of access to public resources. So for us, that was an unprecedented situation, because normally we just have to deal with one candidate with immense access to public resources. But here we had 2 candidates with access to public resources. And we, as Transparency International Kenya, had actually monitored the use of public resources for that last election. And we saw immense abuse of state institutions, like schools were being used for the campaigns, and many other venues were being used as campaign grounds. We had chiefs, security officers, county, I don't know whether you call them provincial commissioners here, but we had those different administrators at the national level and county level being deployed in the campaigns, being used to actually go to the public to campaign for certain candidates, and you being used as mobilizers to get the public out to attend political rallies and so on. So there was rampant abuse of public resources, especially a big concern for us because we have been struggling with our economy in the last couple of years. But then here we have state public resources, financial resources being deployed in the campaign at the expense of public service delivery to citizens. So that was one instance of state capture. The other aspect that we see is where institutions, for example, that are responsible for running the elections are also captured in a sense and weakened. So we have the Electoral and Boundary Commission that is responsible for the elections, and it's supposed to be it's an independent body. But then in terms of some of the reforms that were supposed to happen, for instance, to ensure that campaign financing is regulated, that won't happen, not with Parliament, because they'll go to Parliament, give submissions in terms of legislations that are supposed to be amended, but Parliament will just simply sit on some of those proposals or just vote against some of those proposals because you want to intentionally make these institutions weak so that they're not able to be effective, to effectively run their mandate. The other aspect is that you don't give them enough resources to be able to execute their mandate. So you weaken their functional and also financial autonomy. I think that is how I see it in terms of state capture. The other aspect, maybe if I can just tell just 1 minute to talk about what's happening in campaign financing in Kenya, is that despite the fact that it is actually provided for in our constitution, the constitution requires that election funding must be regulated. But that hasn't happened 13 years later after we passed our constitution. We have a campaign financing law which was passed in 2013, signed into law in 2013. But every election year, rather the eve of every election year, Parliament either suspends or rejects attempts to operationalize that law because we need regulations to be able to operationalize that law. So for the past 3 elections, Parliament has simply said, I remember 2 instances said, the next Parliament will consider these regulations. So kind of deferring it to the next Parliament. So currently we're waiting to see whether in 2027, this current Parliament will consider the regulations. The other aspect that has been rejected over and over again are spending limits, because we are also required to have spending limits in regard to how much different candidates, whether it's presidential, parliamentary, or civic candidates, can be able to spend on certain items. But Parliament has also rejected those spending limits many times on technical grounds. We actually had to go to court as civil society, Transparency International Kenya, and others to challenge the
So see what incentive then we can put in place to motivate political parties to then go and step together and agree to, be regulated, but also provide
complexity. And I say so because it involved a number of oversight institutions that were supposed to keep watch of such things to happen. I had an opportunity to be in South Africa from the year 2007 to about 2015 when I left the country. And I watched this dynamic play out. The then public protector, Professor Thuli Madonsela, over the years had sounded the whistle when she released the very controversial state capture report of 2016 October. And this did not sit well with a number of stakeholders, of course, because of their involvement, but more especially the government. With that dynamic being what it is, and at some point she mentioned how the financial sector was not very helpful in terms of ensuring that, those government officials that were receiving monies from these companies, you've cited Bosasa as one of those companies, there is a paper trail. Having lived in South Africa for a while, I know that a certain amount of money that reaches or hits any personal account gets a red flag in terms of where is this money coming from, and queries are instituted. Who necessarily dropped the ball in this case? And that is a question I would like you to maybe talk a bit more about, but also what do we learn from this? Because from where I'm sitting, this looks absolutely scary, because what we are saying is state capture can be taking place right now with a number of conspirators convening and conspiring to execute this plan whilst we all look on, and there's absolutely nothing that anyone can do, including oversight institutions. What can we do to be more proactive or preemptive to ensure we curtail this? Thank you.
Another hand? Another hand? No contributions. Let me ask the panel another question, both to the audience and very much to ask. Would political parties be willing to disclose their source of income, or sources of funds? And where they've not been willing, why has they not been open to disclose? That question asked to Karam, and then you can also try to answer that question.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. It brings us back to part of the discussion at the end of yesterday around illicit financial flows and the question of money laundering. So a lot of the investigation and a lot of the investigative journalism that followed the commission looked at the money trails and tried to follow the flow of money. And what we saw was that there was a lot of complicity with the banks, and that money flowed offshore into Dubai, to Hong Kong, and to other places. And at a certain point, it becomes difficult to sort of follow the money up to that point. It was quite interesting. If you and this also then goes back to our discussion here about regulating political parties, because if the funding of political parties isn't regulated, then there is a potential that political parties can then become a vehicle through which money is laundered, through which illicit funds are laundered. But there was an extensive discussion in the one section of the Zondo Commission's report describing the money laundering. And it was, quite revealing. It talks about it, money hitting one account, and then it goes into a number of other accounts. And you would expect at the end of this analysis for there to be a finding. But actually what happens at the end of this analysis is a non-finding. And the non-finding was the following. Suspicious transaction reports. Did the banks pass on their did the Financial Intelligence Center pass on suspicious transaction reports to the banks, and the banks didn't do anything about them? Or were the suspicious transaction reports never surfaced at the banks? Question. And the reason we didn't get an answer to that question was that the banks weren't called to testify in front of the Zondo Commission. And, we have a very active Financial Intelligence Center, but we don't really know behind the scenes what the relationship is between them and the banking sector. And that we've had a number of conferences post the release of the report. And one of the questions I put to a representative from the banking sector was, has the penny dropped, for the banking sector in terms of the proactive role that they must play in terms of surfacing these types of suspicious transactions and the link they could have to grand corruption and to state capture? There wasn't a really comprehensive answer to that question. It goes back to this kind of, the question around the all of society approach and the question of what is the role of the private sector in terms of fighting corruption, because critically for the Guptas, the gig was really up for them when some banks said, we're not going to bank you anymore. And that this is now happening in other contexts, but that's actually even being challenged by implicated persons to say the banks don't have a right to do that. So it remains a kind of gray area. And that makes me think of grey listing and FATF, because part of South Africa's journey to get off the grey list now is to be able to say to FATF and the international community that there is integrity within our banking system, that our banking system is not vulnerable to money laundering, and that we're closing these gaps. But I think a lot still needs to happen. And it would have been interesting. I was quite taken by the comments from our colleague from Standard Charter yesterday to understand the extent to which the banking sector in Zambia are dealing with these issues as well.
Sheila.
Thank you. The question, will political parties be willing to disclose? That was the question? In Kenya, from my experience, looking at the fact that our campaign funding law particularly the implementation has been deferred for more than 10 years now, 3 elections, highly unlikely, because it's the same politicians who sit in the political parties, who make decisions in political parties, who are also in parliament. So they have that interest to maintain the status quo so that they can continue to raise money from whoever, and different amounts of money that they don't have to disclose to the public. In fact, even within those political parties, it's only a few officials who actually know the amounts of money that they are able to raise from different individuals. So there's even a problem of accountability internally within political parties. And we see that a lot, when people start fighting or pulling political parties in different directions. Largely, that kind of conflict is driven by money and who gets to control resources. So even internally, they are not disclosing. So externally, to disclose to the public, that will be a hard sell. But we continue to push for that. In just furthermore, my other thoughts in regards to political party disclosures is looking at how they raise money, especially during the elections. In Kenya, we have what we call harambes, crowdfunding. Harambe is like pulling together. So you call individuals together and then they give you money for whatever, whether it's health, funerals, or so on. It's quite common. I don't know whether it's common here. So during the elections, we have a lot of political candidates who have those kind of crowdfunding drives. Now, because of ICT advancement, social media, you find a lot of it being done in WhatsApp groups. So people raise a lot of money from public. Many of us, you have a relative who's running for election, and you'll find that you've probably given, $100 here, $50 there, but there's a lot of money that they actually get from people that they're not comfortable to disclose. Some of these are well-placed individuals running businesses or looking for deals. So increasingly, we are having a lot of people who are funding political parties, giving money there, whether it's personal money or whether it's institutional money from their companies, but because there's something that they want once that person gets into office. They want to be able to extract and be able to influence decisions of political players. Previously, we had people who would fund elections because they just basically want a job for a relative or a job for themselves. But now they're not even interested in political positions. They're just interested in business opportunities, access to procurement opportunities, access to deals, being able to import high value goods like fuel. Like currently in Kenya, we have a hot scandal in regard to the importation of fuel, edible oil. So all this and when you look at the individuals and start looking at even the beneficial ownership of companies that are being caught up in a lot of our corruption scandals that have come up, these are individuals who are known to have funded political parties and presidential candidates. So because of the sources of this income, many of them would not be willing to disclose. It will continue to be a fight. And that's why for some of us as civil society in Kenya, we're trying to see how then do we push through the courts, because Parliament has an interest because of the political players. So our point of redress now is the court.
Peter?
Yeah. So for me, I'm thinking, yes, it will be difficult to agree to disclose, but then I'm also thinking, what would they be willing to disclose? Perhaps that which goes through their banking system. Anything else that is in cash, of course, maybe they wouldn't. And I'm thinking that if you have people that can, move money through airports and all that, huge sums of money, and that money finds itself within a political party and it's in cash, I don't see a party going to disclose how much they had in cash. Perhaps that which is in the banking system. And maybe let me say this as well. In Nigeria, before the elections, the government felt that they could change the notes, the currency, so that they kept the issue of vote buying. But they created two problems with that. That then those that had the new notes would then be able to use that to buy votes, right? Because there was a cash crisis. They thought that they would then transact using mobile money, but with what Sunny Zulu said yesterday, that it's easy to track those transactions. But they even created a much bigger problem by doing that. And yesterday, when we asked a question to ACC in terms of what is the appetite of the commission to deal with issues of voter corruption. It's because there is evidence in the report, the Commission of Inquiry report on voting patterns of 2019, which shows how much individuals were being paid and how much they were able to receive in cash in exchange for a vote or indeed inducements. So this is why we're saying that it is important then for also the ACC to move in there and look at that space. But related to that is the issue of disclosure. What are you disclosing? What is in the account, or indeed everything else that you receive? It will be easy to disclose what is in the account and not what you receive in cash. And this is why within political parties, you have problems, because those that receive the money will not disclose to everybody else how much they've received in cash. So we have a problem within the party, first of all, but a bigger one now at national level in terms of dealing with the laws that to regulate that.
Dr. Kalabo? Dr. Kalabo? Any other hands? Any other contributions? Can I see hands? Okay, hand there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Having listened to the three discussants, I'm wondering, is there a system out there which we can aspire as a nation of Zambia? That's my broader question. But also just maybe a comment. Are we really being realistic when we think about the systems to do with the political parties and labeling business entities which want influence or which want contracts? I thought life is about that. If I'm in business, I would want to take advantage wherever I can take advantage. So I really don't know, because I thought South Africa had a good system, Kenya had a good system. I'm hearing, despite the laws, there's still state capture. Despite the law, they can be enacted so that they are effectual. So maybe that's how life is.
Yes, madam there. Any other hands? Any other hands? Yes, this side.
Thank you very much. I'm curious about the campaign finance regulation, just to get a sense of at which point would it be ideal for the funding to be given to a political party? Is it at the point where they've already gone through the in-house process of selecting or nominating a candidate? For example, like in the case of a political party, is it at the point where they've paid the nomination fees or where one candidate has been selected? I'm just curious as to whether then you would have a mushrooming of political parties in the hope of getting the funding, and then, everyone just disappears after they get the money.
Yes. Mr. Kalungu?
Yes, thank you very much, Doc. It's really a big question when we start getting the nitty-gritties of how political financing, campaign financing can be managed. The issue of state or police capture is, I see it to be one of the biggest problems in this. And maybe also looking at maybe examples we have had, like the campaign done by Barack Obama, where he never agreed to receive money in big chunks. He asked people to give money. Let's say in Zambia, if you're asking if you can donate to my campaign 200, excuse me, 300, but don't give me 1 million. Because 200, you cannot come and claim a job or a business. I would say you are giving me money like anybody else. Maybe that could be the direction. But also the other question would be, would 200 donation in a place like Zambia really give a candidate a good campaign where there are other candidates who are really getting big money, and somebody might not have maybe a big name, but might have a good, they might not have a big connection, but they have a good name and moral values which can attract good leadership. So just a question, would such a system work where the state regulated only crowdfunding with minimal or capped amount of money that can be given to a particular candidate?
The lady at the end there.
Thank you so much. I wanted to look at
Introduce yourself, please.
Angela Mutale from TIZ.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I wanted to look at a public financing or funding being a natural and necessary cost of democracy when it comes to political parties. But I also wanted to understand further, because I was thinking maybe party income direct from the state rather than from voluntary sources would actually affect political parties negatively somehow. In that, maybe the question of independence might actually come in. How independent are they going to be? Is it that if they are funded by the state, then probably they would fail to come out and attack issues as they are. I don't know what comment would come from that, in as much as we appreciate the fact that it's actually a democracy demand.
Thank you very much. We have a question online. Can we have the question? There's a question online. Can someone read it from the online audience?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, so Patrick Nkoma asks, from the literature I have so far, including a publication by TIZ, Government Machinery for Accountability, there is no universally accepted definition of corruption. Is this not making the fight against graft difficult and abused in some cases?
So panel, you address those questions, then we can conclude. I think we are toward the end of our. You want to start? I can see you already.
If I may.
Okay.
I think I've neglected to explain the South African system, and maybe I can just do it briefly in terms of what the Constitution and then the Party Political Financing Act, what it sets up. So effectively, it's a mixed system, public funding and private funding. Public funding is similar to what Sheila alluded to in the Kenyan system. There's a formula based upon previous representation. So there's an element of public funding. The private funding system is characterized by maybe four ideas: disclosure, caps, prohibitions, and oversight. So the disclosure regime that's been put in place in South Africa is any donation of 100,000 Rand must be disclosed by the donator and by the party quarterly to the IEC, and that's published. The cap is that no private individual may donate more than 15 million Rand annually to a political party. The prohibitions are implicit, and the prohibitions are you cannot donate money to a party with a corrupt intent. But that's not actually explicit in the act. So if you wanted to prosecute somebody for doing that, you'd have to rely upon the Corruption Act, Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. And then the oversight is the role given to the Independent Electoral Commission in receiving all of these disclosures, publishing them, and then potentially investigating irregularities, issuing fines when people haven't disclosed, when they should have disclosed, and issuing fines for any contraventions of the act. So that's the system. Going back to the chair's previous question of whether parties accept it, this was an act which was passed by Parliament in 2018. It was only proclaimed in 2021. Already in 2022, the African National Congress said the disclosures of 100,000 Rand is too low. It should be raised to 500,000. And the 15 million cap, they're not happy with that at all. That should be scrapped completely. So within a year of the act being in place, there's already significant pushback from the governing party, and there's even pushback from the opposition parties, because they say this whole regime creates a chilling effect on donors donating to them who don't want to be exposed as supporting the opposition. So that's kind of, it's very much in flux at the moment. This will be the regime which will preside over the elections to come. But I think this is really a political football which will continue to get kicked around. And the alternative which is put in place is a public funding system. There's not a lot of appetite for that from the public, who says that, you know, we're already constrained. We have austerity. We already have a social rights are not being progressively realized. We just can't afford to fully fund political parties. it's also worth reminding that in the United States, where there's been an attempt to limit, regulate private funding of political parties, the pushback has been that it's a restriction on free speech. That's what the Supreme Court in the US said, that to restrict private funding of political parties is to restrict free speech. I don't know if that would fly in South Africa.
I know in Kenya, some of the arguments that have been made in regard to that is even freedom of association, that I want to fund a political party, I want to associate with a political party, so I have the right to. This is just some of the other elements that have come into the discussion. But to answer some of the questions that have been directly placed in regard to some of these reflections that we've had, one in regard to the question by, I think there's a lady who asked about when does funding kick in. One, for us, the political party does not give you money. In very rare cases have I seen political parties giving money to candidates who may not be the presidential candidates to vie for the elections. It is you to pay them. So you pay formally to get nominated, not even get nominated, but actually participate in the party primaries or the nomination process. You have to pay to be considered for a nomination. And many times, as I said, there's also informal payment. Many times there are people who have to pay, you have to pay bribes. There are people who make decisions so that if you want to be rigged in, or if you want to say get an affirmative action decision where there could be other candidates, but then the party says, no, in this particular constituency, we're going to field Dr. Kalabo, for this and this reason. But yeah, but maybe because the reason is they probably have given some money behind the scene. So that's a whole issue or the process of payment. In regard to political parties, when do they get the money? They are funded throughout. I mean, if you've met the threshold in regard to performance, the number of representative or people that have gotten elected through your ticket, then you receive money for those 5 years in that electoral cycle. So there's a way the money is disbursed from the exchequer. So I think it's annually or something, yeah, but there's a regularity to it. In regards to what Dr. Kalabo has said, so do we just give up? I don't think so. And I'll go back to the presentation that we had from the DPP yesterday. Let us start looking at issues around culture and behavior change. And hopefully that cultural change will also get to our political parties, I believe. As I said, for us, we're trying to push through the courts to be able to see some of these reforms happen, because they're not going to happen through parliament. But there are also other ways, just reflecting on some of what my colleagues have said. In many of our countries, we have what we call, I don't know about Zambia, but in Kenya, we have the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, which is supposed to ensure compliance with the law and other regulations that have been put to place. So how can we strengthen the offices of the Registrar of Political Parties so they're able to enforce compliance, even in regards to how political parties manage their finances, including disclosure of sources of their political funds and so on. The other thing I think we need to possibly look at is how do you even strengthen audits that are conducted on political parties, ensuring that their audits are actually done by certain audit firms that are registered by the audit or accountants associations, and also how do you get the Office of the Auditor General to also check the audits and look at expenditure. So it's also about strengthening those financial systems. And then because of the magnitude of the problem regarding proceeds of crime finding their way into political parties, maybe can we also consider listing political parties as designated non-financial businesses or professions in our money laundering laws or similar laws, just to be able to stop or curb the use of dirty money. So I don't believe that all is lost. There's still a number of opportunities, whether within the law, within reforms to our public finance system, and ultimately cultural and behavioral change that should trickle down to our politicians as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks. So for me, I believe that there is no one party legislation or finance model in one country can work in another. It doesn't work like that, because you have to understand the culture first of all, but also the context and the politics within that particular setting. So what might be working for Kenya, for example, might not apply to Zambia based on the questions that are asked. At what point does the funding kick in and things like that? And so what is it exactly that you are trying to address? So when you look at, and countries use political party legislation to address different things, but mainly to limit the campaign financing or spending aspect, because you want to create an enabling environment for even those that do not have money to be able to speak to voters. But if you are all over paying everyone, and it makes it difficult for others to compete. So it's about open competition. The issue around the issue that Dr. Kalabo raised for me is about creating open competition, right? That it doesn't matter how much you support a political party, but the procurement process should be blind to the fact that there is a name here that gave money to a particular political party. So we need to then be able to promote funding of political parties from that sense. The issue of independence of political parties in view of how they deal with criticism or whatever it is. There are a number of us in here that benefited from free education up to university level, and they are not in government, and they are able to speak freely about what they think government is not doing right. And I think that is the spirit in which we should see this, that governments have an obligation to consolidate democracy. And one of the ways in doing that is to strengthen institutions that support democracy, and political parties are at the center of that. So if we see it in that way, then we'll be looking at this as something that government should be able, to facilitate and promote. Yeah, I think those were my few reflections.
No, thank you. I think we are almost towards the end. I did not hear Peter or participants here talk about Zambia in a concrete sense. An acknowledgement, for example, that there's corruption in our political parties. No one has said that. I don't know whether because the minister is here and senior government officials, Dr. Kalabo is here. But I think what we should acknowledge is that even in our political parties, there's corruption and lack of transparency. In the closing remarks by Peter, maybe you can mention that, so that you can improve on that system. Because if you don't acknowledge it, you can't improve it. I think just in 2 words, or very briefly, 1 minute, you can summarize as to what your expectations are in terms of improving financing to political parties, and of course, how we can deal with the potential state capture. Very, very briefly, starting with you, Peter.
Thanks, Doc. And I think it's not that you reminded us that there's corruption. Indeed, there is corruption in political parties, and this is evidenced by, you have a political party nominating 3 people for one constituency. That tells you that there is corruption. How do you have 3 people with 3 nomination certificates? So that tells you that there is corruption within the political parties, and many have talked about how unfair the primaries have been, and so on and so forth. And this is an area that I think maybe partners here, TIZ, CCMG, and others should then begin to look at how transparent are these. But also, this is the whole essence of the political party legislation, that political parties should begin to practice democratic tendencies, and these should be reflected in the way that they would govern, because political parties, opposition, are governments in waiting, and therefore they should be prepared to uphold that. So I thought I should mention that. But also the issue of state capture is something that is happening. I think I couldn't agree more with what Caroline mentioned, that these things could be happening right now, but how do we deal with them, and how do we raise the flag?
the moment that we're at in South Africa is very much around safeguarding the democracy so state capture doesn't happen again. And part of that is about implementing the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, resisting the pushback against the existing regime, ensuring that, as Peter said, that that we build up democratic institutions, including the Independent Electoral Commission, ensuring that they're properly resourced to be able to provide the oversight required in the Act. So it's unsettled. Judge Zondo has said in numerous places that if that state capture could happen again, that not enough has happened to safeguard the system, and that party political funding is just one of those aspects in terms of safeguarding the democracy.
In conclusion, and this is not just for Kenya, but all countries, I mean, our own experiences with corruption, many of them are rooted in electoral practice, from the elections. When an election comes, people are, of course, under pressure to look for money to fund their campaigns. And we've just also talked about it in regard to political party funding. So definitely it's a point that we must then emphasize. How do we regulate both election campaign financing and political party funding to just look at the whole problem of corruption? And looking also at the problem that you then have when vested interests fund political activities, then that continuum in regard to corruption in public procurement, challenges in regard to transparency in beneficial ownership, money laundering, all this will then continue, but just stemming from our inability to be able to curb political party funding and campaign funding. So I think for me, when I look at the root of corruption in many of our countries, it stems from political activities, from the elections, and I think that should be a key starting point for us to be able to deal with various challenges that I know we have also addressed in this conference. The issue around unexplained wealth and beneficial ownership, all these things, procurement and so on. Let's link it as a problem that starts with the elections and political party funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. I think my takeaway here is that there is consensus that there's need to regulate campaign finance. That even when there are laws, even there, like for example, South Africa and Kenya, there's still lack of transparency. There's still state capture. And in the Zambian case, this move towards legislating that maybe there'll be a framework through which regulation of party financing will take place. Please join me in a round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, and your team. A big hand once again for them. We will just take a few quick announcements and then we will go to the next panel coming for discussion. The first announcement is a reminder to all of us that today at 19:30 or 7:30 p.m., we have the gala dinner and awards night right in this hall. So please make sure that you are on time. However, kindly note that only we're only paying for for non-alcoholic beverages. I needed to read this correctly. We are only paying for the non-alcoholic beverages. So if you take hard drinks or alcoholic ones, you will be able to pay privately for those. So we are talking about juices, Coca-Cola, Fanta, Sprite. Those are already paid for the gala dinner or during the gala dinner. If you take alcohol like me, you need to take from your pocket. Amen, Pastor. The second announcement is, please, for those who have come with +1, remember I announced last night that your wife and your children will be watching at home.
If you have an extra friend that you've come with for this conference, or I almost said an extra spouse, as per the standard practice, and in line with ethics and integrity guidelines, please, we request you that you will pay the extra cost for the extra one person, maybe or friend, that you did come with to the hotel. For example, we expect you to pay or cover their lunch and breakfast. All these costs that you will incur, unfortunately, they are not planned for, and you will need to pay the hotel yourself. Plus, we do not have to pay for an extra plus one person to attend the gala dinner. You, as a delegate, was invited here, and therefore you are invited automatically to attend the gala. But if you've got an extra person, those ones are not planned for. Amen. So make plans to make sure you can pay or supplement for that other person. The third announcement quickly is, please note that any bills that you incur on your room or you place on your room will be settled by you at the time of checkout. So if there are any extra costs, remember that checkout time, they will give you a bill and you'll have to settle that bill. Integrity and ethics. Very, very important. Our next panel of discussants will be dealing with enhancing electoral integrity during party nominations and the campaign period. May I, at this point in time, ask you all to join me in welcoming Mr. Lavo Piri, who is Zambia Resident Senior Program Manager, National Democratic Institute, or NDI. He will introduce his panelists.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies and ministers present. Since no protocol has been established today, so I'll just acknowledge the excellencies and government officials present, TIZ leadership, and our cooperating partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's been an exciting 2 days here at the conference. A lot of ethics and integrity issues have been discussed. My only hope is that we are taking key points that we can action as we get back to our various establishments. The next panel discussion, as earlier alluded to, is enhancing electoral integrity during party nominations and the campaign period. I have a stellar cast to discuss this very important question with me, but just a brief background about this whole process of electoral integrity. So there is no universally accepted definition of electoral integrity, with some scholars postulating that this concept can serve as a comprehensive and independent concept, and others consider it as an overarching quality standard or a synonym for a good election. Whether that's what we had in 2021, I'll leave that to you. Nonetheless, some scholars have defined electoral integrity as an election that is based on the democratic principles of universal suffrage and political equality as reflected in international standards and agreements, and is a professional, impartial, and transparent preparation for administrative electoral cycle. A lack of electoral integrity leads to limited accountability of leaders and officials, a lack of confidence in the election result, and a lack of government legitimacy, as the election becomes a sham because no one believes in it. Electoral integrity also allows for peaceful resolution of conflict, open dialogue, debate, and information sharing among leaders and the public. In the lead up to the 2021 general election in Zambia, Transparency International, through its studies, observed and expressed disappointment with the adoption process that manifested in the Patriotic Front and the United Party for National Development. TIZ noted that the process in both parties was marred with countless allegations of vote buying, nepotism, favoritism, and other forms of corruption, resulting in protests by party members and disadvantaging eligible and favorite aspiring candidates. During the campaign period, there were widespread concerns about the potential escalation of violence and the arbitrary and selective application of the law by the ruling party. The latter hampered opposition candidates from competing under equal conditions and restricted freedoms of assembly and movement, while the ruling party freely mobilized and extensively used state resources. Whether this has stopped being the case, again, I leave it to you. For now, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce and call upon my panelists. Coming from CCMG due to popular demand, I will call back Mr. Peter Mwanangombe to finish off where he started. We also have Executive Director for the Zambia Center for Interparty Dialogue, Madam Doreen Njobu. And last but not the least, from ECZ, we have Mr. Katongo joining us on the panel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this panel to discuss this very important topic on enhancing integrity and ethics in intra-party elections. So perhaps to set the ball rolling, I'll just put it out there. How are adoptions and elections in political parties conducted? Perhaps Zambia Center Zambia Center for Interparty Dialogue can pick that up.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to also just ride on the protocols that were established yesterday. Politics, it's emotive. When you look at what happens within political parties, we are here discussing corruption. And these processes within political parties are marred with massive corruption. The adoption processes are sexually transmitted. The nominations. And so when we are here looking at, I know that I'm using a term, them being sexually transmitted amongst other vices, as has been already articulated when our moderator was giving reasons that they are usually contested. So what has happened is that it is not very easy at this point to fight corruption in that regard. But we must be determined, because you get to have competent candidates. You get to have those candidates that the majority want being sidelined because of lack of internal democratic standards within political parties. So you have to be somebody that is liked. I don't know what standard that is. You have to Like the previous speaker here put it, he who pays a piper in these political parties will play the tune. And then everybody that comes in should be in a position to be able to dance to that tune. So that falls below the democratic standards, especially when you look at best practices. As a country, we have a lot of work to do. Almost everybody in this room, as political party sympathizers, some of you probably belong to political parties. The question is, where is the problem? What is the problem? When you look at, before you even get to the nominations, the intra-party processes, you have corruption that is endemic. You are in school. For you to just get a paper that you want to get, you have paid somebody. You are not doing work on your own. When you are the same person, I am the same person that gets to this party, I will put up a system, a particular system that will be very much below the standards. We've got godfathers in political parties. We've got what you call the kingmakers in political parties, and they are the ones that have set these standards within these political parties. And for you to be able to thrive in a political party, you must be in a position to be in good books with them, which lives beyond the accepted standards. And it's something that really needs us to address. Thank you.
That's a very gloomy picture you paint, Doreen. But perhaps we go deeper into the consequences from civil society perspective. Peter, what do you think are the consequences of not adhering to the electoral processes within the political parties? Because I assume all parties have a system of electing or choosing their leaders internally.
Thanks. Maybe before I answer that question, just to say that what we've come to learn is that political parties have also a structure that they follow in these primaries, right? So you have your, if you are going to go for constituency position or member of parliament, there will be processes from the smallest unit. I can't remember what that is, but I know there is a zone, there is a ward level structure, there is a district structure, and then there's a constituency structure. But what is always interesting is that one would pass all these stages, and then now the central committees will be the one to reverse and even pick somebody that never went through that process. And for me, this is where the corruption now and other issues come in. Why subject somebody to an electoral process which then you do not recognize at national level? So there's got to be a balance between what is the effective role of the central committees in this case vis-a-vis the democratic process that has been implemented. That said, the effect of all these in would be an issue of dissatisfaction. There will be splits in terms of which candidate then should go, and also the case of three nomination certificates issued. Because then the central committee believes this is the one that should have it, but then the other structures believe the other candidate should be. So that then creates that level of confusion, and you have those splits, which would also then manifest in issues of political violence. Now, violence also happens in two different stages. There is violence within the political party because the supporters of the person that passed the normal democratic process has been kind of rejected and one has been adopted. So those will definitely rise against each other. So there is some level of political violence in that sense. But also the reasoning, obviously, of the central committee in giving this other person the certificate is that this guy will have the money to spend and they will support their own campaign. And therefore, this is the guy now that has the money to give around. The report is there for you to see how and how much money is being given out to, people people in view of all that. So you have that effect of vote buying, voter intimidation, and voter suppression, which then are a bigger problem in terms of issues of integrity in the electoral process. So from a party level, this is how we begin to erode the electoral integrity, and then you'll have elections that are challenged on the basis that there was electoral corruption. But what we know is that the threshold for proving that corruption indeed affected the electoral outcome is very high. So anyone who goes to court today and prove corruption, they say it has to be widespread. What is widespread? For us, integrity, from yesterday's definition, is that as long as there is a grain, a drop of lack of integrity, that whole thing is spoiled. So why do we have a very high threshold to prove those things? So it's about now striking a balance. How do we then move these processes so that people that do not feel, or people that feel disadvantaged in the political process, first of all at political party level, are able to then reflect that even at national level through a petition and the threshold for them proving that this affected their election. So it's things like that that then now come to the national picture. So I think I could end here for now.
Thank you, Peter. Let me go to the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Apologies, Mr. Katongo, I didn't quite introduce you correctly. I believe you are the Deputy Director of Elections, or maybe let me just let you introduce yourself as you ponder on the question of how do these consequences of not adhering to electoral processes affect your preparation for national elections?
Thank you. Good morning. I've been asked to introduce myself. I'm Roy Katongo, Director, Electoral Operations from the Electoral Commission of Zambia. To start with, I would like to join many others to commend Transparency International Zambia through the chapter president and the Electoral Commission of Zambia for convening this very important conference. For us, we say a very important conference and timely, because as Electoral Commission of Zambia, we have started preparations for the 2026 general election. Many of you are aware that the next general election in Zambia will be on Thursday, 13th August, 2026. So we are remaining with less than 30 months or so. So we have commenced our preparations in earnest, and in commencing our preparations, matters of electoral integrity are at the core of our work. So we take advantage of such discussions, we draw lessons to ensure that we enhance our preparations and management of our electoral process. Again, I would say for us, we treat elections as a public good. A public good in the sense that this is a process that attracts so much public scrutiny and so much public interest. And therefore, it goes without saying that our management of this public good should be above board, because our process produces leaders. Our process produces president. Our process produces ministers, if you say, if you put it that way. So we manage this with that in mind. And so coming back to the question on the issue of political parties, my starting point is the Constitution is very categorical. The manner and fashion in which political parties should conduct their business. And so at times, as members of the public, we don't take political parties to account whether or not they live by the Constitution provisions. That should be the starting point. But coming to the work of Electoral Commission of Zambia, indeed, what happens within political parties has a bearing on the work of ECZ. Peter cited the example of 3 people coming with adoption certificates. And as Electoral Commission of Zambia, if the 3 adoption certificates are valid and have political party symbols, what we'll do will not accept any of the candidates. We'll send them back. So that now creates a bit of discomfort when it comes to stakeholders, that perhaps the Electoral Commission of Zambia is favoring one particular interest group over the other. Some of you may recall in 2022, we had the parliamentary by-election in Kabwata. One political party had internal issues, and we had 2 candidates coming to our nomination center. So we didn't accept nominations from either of the 2. It ended up that that party did not participate in that by-election. What does that now mean to our electoral process? So we need to ensure that our political parties conduct their internal businesses, bearing in mind that what they do as a reflection on the entire electoral landscape of our country. So for a start, I will end there and allow our moderator to guide.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katonga. So I want to go back to Doreen because she raises a serious gender issue here with regard to how potential candidates are subjected to demean themselves in order to access an adoption. Are you able to enlighten us how prevalent this scourge is and what you as a governing body of political parties are doing about it?
Thank you very much. So it is really not an idea of probably women and men demeaning themselves per se. It is the systems or the structures, like a culture that has been created within political parties, that you pat my back and I pat yours. You would be surprised to hear that this complaint, if I may put it like that, has come from both men and women. Last year, we had a meeting, I think, with Panos, because you remember that at some point we had some correspondence in the media where women in political parties were complaining of harassment within the parties. And so we partnered with Panos. We brought political parties together. To our surprise, men literally were complaining that they are being sexually harassed by women. We do not know how objective of or how true that is, but these issues are there. Could it be an issue of somebody being in a place of authority, trying to use that authority to gain certain advantages, whether you are a man or a woman? So these issues need holistic approach. However, they are very prevalent. Most of the victims we have are women, and we cannot run away from that fact, because at some point it ended up looking like somebody was just trying to dramatize the whole situation, when he even said he had evidence even in his phone of how, this is a political leader I'm talking about, that he has evidence of how he was being harassed. But coming to the systems and processes within parties, it is because you, like I earlier mentioned, these processes, internal processes, are supposed to be elective positions, but they are seemingly very selective. Now, when you also consider the dynamics within these political parties, it becomes very difficult for women, for young people, and persons with disability to thrive in these parties, because some will just decide to keep away because they wouldn't want, like you had rightly said, to demean themselves or to stoop solo to a level where they should be able to give a sexual favor. And so what is happening at this point, I know the previous panelists delved into some of these issues. We are hoping to have a legislative framework that will ensure that we have in place processes, systems, structures that are safe for children, for young people, for women, and PWDs. Because at the moment, with what is happening, it is the discretion of the person that wields power in that particular party to make decisions. You will expect that you find systems within these parties. Trust me, each and every political party, if you called on them right now, they will tell you they've got systems. They will tell you they've got structures. But to what extent are they living by what they have set out for themselves? So going forward, there's some conversations that are being had right now to ensure that we address those issues, seeing that they're happening with our constituent members, the political parties, and these are conversations that we're actually having with them. So they are very much alive to these issues we are discussing here.
Thank you, Doreen. My next question was gonna be, what are the levels of integrity and ethics among our political leaders? But given what you have said, I don't think you've already answered that. So I'll instead ask you, Peter, to tell us what you think the ethical levels and integrity levels of our political parties should be.
Well, I think first and foremost, like I said earlier, and now I'm laughing because I have to carry this from the previous panel and bring it here.
Due to popular demand.
Yeah, no, what I said earlier was that I think political parties need to be recognized as very key institutions in the democratic process. And therefore, their establishment should also be beyond a setup of a club, right? And this is why I think there is now Article 60, which also spells out how this should be done. And in order to give life to Article 60, there is need for legislation. And so whether you want to have that legislation include issues of campaign financing, which we discussed earlier, that's another issue. But I think the legislation then should have certain minimums. How should a political party behave? What is this? What should be within their internal documents and all that. Just like any organization here, that we all at times fall short of issues of integrity. And so we may not want to be so critical of political parties, but since they are a subject of discussion, there is need then to ensure that there are certain minimums that are met. For example, an elaborate process in terms of how the adoption process is handled, right? How do 5 people compete and then the central committee picks on somebody who was never even in the race? So those things should be addressed. What are the mechanisms for gender inclusion and all that? From Kenya, at least I know that the registrar of political parties would have to look at your nomination list to ensure that there are those issues of women in terms of the quotas or how you want them to participate, and that's the only way you get your the commission to receive those nominations. So those are some of the practices that then need to come into political parties today. the formal registration and grouping and all that, at least will also ensure that beyond just one man, there is at least a number of people that are charged with serious responsibilities within the party. There is somebody in charge of finance who is going to strictly look at those issues. There is an administrator who is going to deal with issues of harassment, safeguarding, and things like that, if you like. So that is dependent on how a party wants to structure that. But I think the legislation will be able to speak to those key issues within the political parties, and I think that then will move us towards enhancing and entrenching some of these good practices when it comes to upholding ethics.
Thank you, Peter. So moving on to Electoral Commission of Zambia. As an electoral management body, I know that the lack of ethics and integrity among political players actually is what leads to a lot of problems during campaigns and during elections, because we'll have electoral malpractices, violence, vote buying, and outright corruption taking place. Now, how does that affect, or rather, is there a role that ECZ can play to just, bring some semblance of decency in the whole playing field?
Thank you. To start with, in responding to that question, the issue of ethics and integrity within political parties or among political players, I would cite one example. There was a time, some of you remember, there was one senior political official appeared on one of our TV stations, and it was a 1-hour program, and the person was asked, why is it that there's a problem to have morality in politics, or how can we ensure that there's morality in politics? The response was very categorical, and I quote, "There's no morality in politics, Baba."
I remember that.
Now, some years back, that's about 5 years or so plus, but I still remember vividly. Now, just imagine the impact that statement has on our governance landscape, on our electoral landscape. And this senior political official is still with us, wanting to be maybe one day president of this republic. So that's why I said these discussions are very important. How best can we take these discussions to political parties? How best can we ensure that issues of ethics and integrity are embedded in our political systems and in our political parties? Because these are the statements. Now, when the ECZ says campaign period has started, what do we expect? The same statements that are being made outside our campaign period are now brought during campaigns, and the commission has to ensure that we manage this kind of language. So for us as an Electoral Commission of Zambia, mandated to manage the campaigns, our role comes in when we set the campaign period. And campaign period in Zambia for a general election is 3 months. Like I've said, our next general election is on the 13th of August. So you count backwards, it gives you somewhere around May. So once we bring in our campaign period, then the Electoral Code of Conduct comes in. And now we have to ensure that there is a level playing field. We have to ensure that the language that is coming from our political players, the candidates and political parties, is regulated. We have to ensure that there is no one who is hindering others from campaigning. And in doing so, as Electoral Commission of Zambia, there is an administrative tool that we introduced where we call it's a campaign schedule. So each political party or candidate is given a slot or a day and an area. And so the first point of call, where we hear that, no, this other one blocked the other people from campaigning, we ask who was supposed to be in that area. And that's the first point of call. If it's particular point, political party A, and then it was political party C, we summoned political party C to explain why they were found in that area. When it comes to hate speech, I think the commission does not take kindly to that. But there is this complaint or observation which is always there, that the use of public resources. The Constitution allows 2 offices to use public resources. That's the president and the vice. So the others are treated like any other participating candidate. And so we should always bear in mind that the provision of the Constitution are that the president and the vice president will be allowed to use public resources. Whether or not it's right, that's a discussion perhaps for another audience. But even here, maybe, but otherwise, that's what the Constitution says.
Okay.
And so as a commission, we follow the Electoral Code of Conduct in administering campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Doreen, you had an input in that?
Yeah, on ethics and integrity. I think the best way, like Peter said, is to come up with proper systems. However, you know, having worked with political parties for some time now, what becomes challenging is that they sometimes, if not all the time, act with impunity. Most of them right now, they can articulate what I'm articulating here better than myself. They can tell you what integrity and ethics entails. But we know that it is power contestation, and are willing to do anything to get that power. Even if it means walking naked in this room, they don't care. They can do it. That is where the main problem is. It becomes a bit easier when you are dealing with people who just need a mindset change, or maybe they are acting from a point of ignorance, but you are dealing with people who are deliberately behaving. That is where it becomes very problematic. It's either a party has these systems, or they are very weak, or maybe they are not even there. And where they are there, parties have the capacity to manipulate the systems to suit their narrative. It is for this reason that, like somebody said, these are parties in waiting, okay? Governments in waiting, I beg your pardon. And now, with the tendencies that they have, it means that when they become a governing party, they will play the same games, because charity begins at home. And that is how come you have seen today, you have a constitution review process that is targeted at an individual just for self-preservation. Because you see that KK is a contender, and probably he's the first to contend with. You amend the constitution, and the constitution is the supreme law of the land, to just make yourself comfortable. And when you look at even what political parties are migrating with in terms of them governing a country, it is actually processes that are happening within their parties. Now, if somebody can go to that extent, that they will even go and tamper with the supreme law of the land that affects each and every Zambian, what is a political party system? And so we need a legislative framework that will bring in a semblance of order, of sanity, And when we talk about enacting a law, I know there's been a misconception that there is, it's an agenda probably to clamp down on opposition political parties. But look, we have over 87 registered political parties in Zambia. And I know people think there are a lot. No, South Africa, I stand to be corrected, should have over 500 and over 500, US, if I'm not mistaken, over 420. So how do you build the gap between growing a democracy and ensuring sanity? Because I have a right to register a political party and I have a right to belong to a political party. But then how do you bring in the balance? So the main problem we have is that you are dealing with people who know what is wrong and right and deliberately decide to do wrong.
That's a very scary statement, Doreen. And I hope as ZCID, you're doing something to try to push for sanity, whether it's
We
through
are,
regulation
we are.
or legislation.
It is not easy. I'll give you a practical scenario of what is happening right now. These intra-party issues, the factions. We have the Patriotic Front senior members sitting on our table, and we have the UPND senior members sitting on our table, and we have other representatives sitting on the table. And you hear a concern from stakeholders to say, make a statement over the happenings. Who are we speaking to in public? If we cannot sit on our own and resolve those issues, why make a statement? Who are we calling on in public? So these are issues that behind closed doors, we are trying by all means to resolve. The fact that we're not coming out in the media to make certain statements, it doesn't mean that we are not doing anything about it. That said, it's not only that they say there is a saying that if you have plenty of groundnuts and one is rotten, it will appear as if everything is rotten. It's not everybody who's rotten.
So not all hope is lost.
Not all hope is lost, because when you look at where we started from with the discussion of party legislation in 2003, the Mwanawasa regime, all the way to the time now we have the failed 2017 political parties bill because it couldn't meet the required threshold. There is progress being made. And as long as we get to continue to have stakeholders, don't look at like political parties like they are just somewhere in the corner and everybody should be enjoying the drama around them. Trust me, out of that drama, they are making decisions that are going to affect you and me. So let's all be involved to ensure that there is a semblance of sanity within these political parties. Tomorrow, you are seated here, you might be a leader. What systems are you creating? I've always said, right now, from the way I'm talking, if tomorrow I become I get an appointment, will I talk the way I'm talking today?
You will tell
Why?
us when
It is
that
the
appointment
systems we
comes.
are addressing.
May I turn to Peter and alert him to some studies I saw on the cost of politics. We know that in Nigeria, Ghana, and perhaps Kenya to a larger extent, and perhaps even the whole continent, in order to be elected to office at MP level and above, people spend millions of their currencies. They, in Doreen's words, do everything in their powers to get the office. They spend a lot of millions. Could that be the reason ethics are not adhered to?
Well, so I will have to be a really nice person to spend 6 million to get to office and expect nothing in return. Because look, the salary of a member of parliament or whoever is compared to how much one would spend on an average, they will not get that money in the 5 years that they're in office. So what is the motivation? Especially that when we look at the quality of the debate and the issues they bring to parliament in view of who they are representing, you begin to wonder. And also the kind of development they are bringing back home, you also wonder, why are they going there? So it's probably because it's an issue of trying to, get close to some place and do a few things here. And there for me lies an issue of integrity, because why would I be spending all that money if really there is nothing that I'm getting out? What investment am I making going to parliament if I'm going to spend all that money? What am I getting out? So we then need to think about what really motivates these people to pay, to spend this much money only to get there, and 5 years down the line they don't even make half of what they spent. So it's something that we need to think about. But I think for me, then it raises the issues of integrity, that there's something amiss somewhere, or there's something cooking somewhere.
Yeah, so in one of the meetings I've attended across the provinces, Mr. Katongo, I actually learned that for a candidate to even be entertained as a candidate at nomination level, or rather for a person to be considered during nomination process, they have to pay in cash the committee at ward level, at constituency level, and then also start looking for something to pay at national level at the secretariat. And this came out strongly for, I think, the three leading political parties in the last election. Now, I get a sense that is corruption. That is corruption. So I get a sense that such a maneuver would actually spill over even as they are preparing for their election. Now, as an institution, an electoral management body, do you have instances, or what's your experience in dealing with corruption, electoral corruption, where it has manifested? And do you feel you have enough teeth to bite in order to bring the sanity we are talking about?
Thank you. The adoption process in the political parties, I may not have what happens behind the scenes, but we are aware as an institution, we take keen interest. When they commence adoption processes, they do advertise. They make some adverts in the tabloids, and we're interested in the fees. So when you put together, like you have said, from district level, is it constituents or ward, constituents, district, provincial, and national? This came up from our end when we were looking at the debate on the nomination fees from ECZ are too high. When we put together what a candidate is going through within a political party was way beyond that which the commission had put as nomination fees for various elections. So you will see that by the time one is coming to participate in the national elections, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, they have parted away with huge sums of money. And so we take an interest, like I've said, so that when we say these are our nomination fees, we also tell them to say, but you also charge astronomical fees. Yeah. So if they can consider to be very accommodating and allow as many people as possible to participate. So coming to the issue of corruption vis-a-vis during elections, I think I would also echo Peter's question yesterday that what has been observed during our review of the last general election was that we need to step up our collaboration with the Anti-Corruption Commission.
Very true.
And the Zambia Police Service. Because there are instances where we are not competent enough, we don't have the requisite competences to investigate and determine whether or not this amounts to corruption.
Great.
But there are areas that are obvious to us that indeed we summon the particular candidate concerned, but at the end of the day, the law says that we refer that matter to relevant law enforcement agencies.
Okay, it's great that SCC is here. Perhaps when we open up for question, he can weigh in on how this collaboration can be enhanced. Apologies for putting you on the spot. But under 1 minute for each of you, I just want you to say what you feel should be done to bring about ethics and integrity in the electoral cycle of the at intra-party level. And for the audience, you may start preparing your questions. Once they are done, then we'll turn to you for question and answer session. Thank you. Peter.
What should be done? I think for me, it's let's ensure that political parties are institutions with strong democratic values, and that I think should be expressed, or they should be guided in the way that they are organized and established, and therefore enacting having in place a legislative framework that guides political parties in their operations will be a huge step towards addressing that, because we've realized that they have gender policies, they have all these policies, but really there is no mechanism to hold them accountable to that. So I think with the legislation around that area, it will be easy then to follow up in terms of accountability on their part.
Yeah, so I know LAS is regulated, marketers are regulated, PRs are political parties are not regulated, are they?
They are regulated under the Societies Act, but again, that is flawed.
Yeah,
because
because they are
we,
bunched with other non-like.
and we feel that the registrar is overwhelmed.
Okay. As you give your insight.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So no wonder the envisaged legislation seeks to have probably a registrar of society separated, a registrar of political parties separated from a registrar of society. And like Peter has said, just a quick perusal of Article 60 of our Constitution institutionalizes political parties. And so we need that provision to be operationalized so that political parties run as institutions and also governments in waiting. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Katung.
We just have to agree with my, I wish to agree with my colleagues that we should take these discussions, like I've said earlier, to political parties. As a commission, we get concerned with what happens within political parties. And so I've shared this with a number of colleagues from cooperating partners, civil society, that we should help political parties entrench issues of ethics and integrity. Otherwise, not helping them, like I've said, has a huge bearing on our electoral landscape. So we need to take forward these conversations to have them with political parties as well.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll also put Mr. Morris Nyambe on the spot. Oh, he's not here. Just to ask whether integrity committees can flourish in political parties. We are now ready for the Q&A session. There's a hand here. There are hands everywhere. Where are the mics? I'm ready to surrender mine.
So maybe I can get started since I've already been under the mic. Thank you. Luchembe Chilufe is my name. So most of the speakers have referred, and indeed very true, that the political parties are government in waiting. And therefore, I think for us to ensure that there is integrity in these political parties, I want to think that the Electoral Commission has a critical role in ensuring that this is done. I therefore want to find out from you, Sai, is it the issue of capacity that you always wake up almost at the time of election to enforce the Electoral Act. Because if indeed activities are supposed to be monitored, even before, the electoral activities are done, some of the things that we see should be held, should be held accountable. Even years before, as you were mentioning, we have almost 30 months now to go to the next election. Should we not be interested to see these activities that are happening, especially when it comes to issues of integrity? Because some of the things that are done are not really things that we should be tolerating. So is it the issue of capacity or something else?
Thank you very much. So we'll keep our questions short so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Honorable Minister has a question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to find out from the ECZ on the regulation of elections. For example, recently I was in a by-election in Serenjo. I was in Central Province, where one of the political party leaders just comes, provoke the situation, then he starts discharging firearms there. What I wanted to find out is ECZ having enough capacity, or the regulations that have been put in place, do you have an enforcement mechanism to ensure that those who don't abide or who abuse the regulations, they are punished in a way or the other? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll take one last one, and then in this round, we'll take one last one. Then I'll let the panelists respond.
There is a mic handed to me here. Who goes first? You can.
Okay, thank you. I think the two sessions have been quite gloomy, showing us the challenges around regulation. People don't want to declare where they're getting their money, where legislation is available, it's not followed. And I think it's quite unrealistic for us to expect that people in these parties, when they're in government, miraculously become accountable. So my question is, can you give us some hope? Are there any real opportunities for progress and change? Are there any champions that you see? And what is the role of citizens? Are they aware of these issues? Is there any interest? Is there ability to create an incentive for our leaders to do the right thing? Thank you.
Those questions,
The first two questions, somehow related, whether or not ECZ has the capacity to regulate the conduct of political parties way before the campaigns or general election. I would say, I think I've stated it before, the law does not mandate the commission to regulate political parties outside the campaign period. So the ECZ mandate kicks in when we have an election or a by-election and we have prescribed the election timetable. So our electoral code of conduct kicks in during that period. Outside that, we don't have the mandate. We can only play an advisory role, but we don't have the mandate to enforce our code of conduct. Perhaps this is an area again that as we do our legal reform, we can look at how best the ECZ can play a role outside the campaign period. Coming to the question from the Honorable Minister, that issue, I'm sure, is to do with the by-election that was in Serenje. That's the only instance we have recorded where a firearm was discharged. That's a matter that is in court. But thank you, Honorable Minister. I should take advantage of this to appeal to stakeholders. I think it wasn't yesterday someone stated that during this period, people seem not to have interest in what is happening in the electoral environment. We have a number of by-elections that are going on. Next week, on the 1st of December, people in Mwandi will be voting, in Nsama will be voting, and in Cherenge. But to our surprise, we don't see civil society coming in to be very active, to monitor and observe. So it's a clarion call to civil society and other observers, please help us. We are using these by-elections also to gauge ourselves as ZCZ and other political players. How best can we manage the big one in 2026? Otherwise, as we speak now, Honorable Minister, the Electoral Code of Conduct is in force, and anyone who is found wanting will be dealt with accordingly. The issue of hope, I leave it to my two colleagues, perhaps.
Okay. So let me address the issue of hope and the role of citizens. Is there hope? Yes, plenty of it. We are giving you hope. The fact that we have been gathered here is enough reason to give you hope that we are having these forward-looking conversations in order to address the issues that are affecting us as a country, issues that are affecting political parties. But then allow me to throw the challenge back. What are you doing as individual institutions represented here to ensure that political parties are helped to uphold ethics and integrity? We need concerted effort. No one person or one institution can do this. All of us should be in a position to say enough is enough. And also the fact that you look at institutions that are here, the Anti-Corruption Commission here, it already tells you that we should be making progress. Corruption should be frowned upon, and we should not tolerate it. And so we are expecting to see results. So that, because look, punishment, for instance, is meted among other reasons to deter would-be offenders. Now, if punishment is such that it attracts more and more offenders, then it means maybe it needs to be relooked. So what is your role as an institution? Trust me, if you told me that you want to speak to political parties tomorrow, I can convene all of them for you. So let's work together. This country belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have, for example, in the Electoral Code of Conduct, a line which says anyone who commits an offense under this act and the offenses are there is liable upon conviction to imprisonment 2 years and those penalty units. But we have also seen that there are people that have violated the Electoral Code of Conduct even in public, and they have not been sanctioned. Yesterday we raised the issue of electoral corruption in the electoral process, and I'm sorry I'll keep repeating this because it's our area of work, and we get concerned because we want to uphold integrity in the electoral process, and nothing is done. The question is the law insufficient? Maybe not. Do the institutions charged with the responsibility have the capacity? They need to tell us, so that then we see what can be done. And so this is where, from our standpoint, if somebody is discharging a gun at a political rally, it should first of all be an interest of the police and then later on, of course, the Electoral Commission, because they are in that space. If somebody, punches somebody at the at the rally, it's assault. It doesn't change to another name just because it's an electoral period. It's still assault, so you deal with it as such. But of course, then the commission is guided in terms of what they do with those particular people in that area. And so when you say it's gloomy, it is. And so when we look at the law and what is provided, we think it's sufficient. But then we need to hear perhaps more from these institutions that, okay, what really is the problem? Why is this not happening? And I'm happy also that Mr. Katongo talks about the reforms as also another opportunity where we then see how we can strengthen the role of the commission outside of an election. How much interest do you want the commission to have, in these spaces of when we don't have elections? But really, like Doreen has said, this is one of the opportunities, and then we just see how then we collaborate and see the weaknesses or the strengths within these institutions so that then we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Peter. We can now take those 3 questions from our virtual listeners.
Okay, so the first question is from Caroline Matimba. And she says, integrity in the nominations of candidates should be based on merit, irrespective of race, age, and/or gender. The call for laws to advantage given gender or age group in political nominations is discriminatory, distort natural selection, and is an institutionalized rape on democracy. What is your comment? That's the first one. The second one is the civil society was robust in pre-2021 elections. This time, most of them have gone in hibernation, despite the same evils they were condemning being practiced by the current regime. What has changed? Then the third question is by Patrick Ngoma, and it says, we like to limit democracy to certain institutions. The press needs democracy for free knowledge. Is the media in Africa free enough to expose vices concerning corruption? And has the fight against corruption in Zambia been sustainable? From the discussions we are fighting a moral crisis, are we involving the grassroots as much as possible to join the fight against corruption?
Thank you very much. And a minute for Doreen and Peter, unless Mr. Katongo also has some input. So the first question is calling for fairness and equality in the nomination process, and that some of the current processes are raping democracy.
Yes, I can't agree much. I'm sure the virtual participant has been following our deliberations. Like we said, the systems, internal systems of political parties are not very attractive. Women are left out, young people are left out, and so no wonder we envisage a piece of legislation that will compel political parties to adopt women. So that one again has been tied to some funding, because you may realize that a lot of political parties are failing to even have their conventions, to hold their conventions, and some of them, from the discussions, you will hear that they do not have resources. Now, if a political party has no resources to conduct a convention, how then do you expect them to just sit and say, women, wherever you are, please, can you come? We are going to support you. This has been a challenge. The people that are responsible for the financial envelope in the political parties are male, and they are male dominated. And so it's just very important that we have interventions that will make the space ripe for women. We need to. I know that there is a contention, or there is another school of thought that women should fight for it as men. But when you look at the environment, it becomes quite difficult. We have men. We were, as an institution, we were drawn aback. For instance, there was a provision in the failed 2017 bill that political parties, there was a percentage, say 10% of the funding to be given to a political party needed to go to a party that will advance the agenda for women, young people, and PWDs. It ended with, unless it's not practicable to do so. And political parties said, we can't see the women. It's not practicable to do so. So you can't come up with such a legislation that leaves room for manipulation. So it's important that we are clear that these spaces attract women. We've got a lot of competent women that are equal to the task. So let's just help create safe spaces for them to be able to participate. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, the reason quotas are there is to really balance the participation and the gender. While we don't have an enabling electoral system that supports the participation of women, because the first past the post, it's the winner takes it all. And so you see the stakes for winning an election are very high. So we need to have an electoral system that recognizes or that tries to balance the participation of women. And then the easiest way to get through this is, of course, through the party party legislation, because you put your rules in there in terms of how people are adopted, and then people will follow that, and then things will happen. So we have to positively discriminate in order to get to where we want to get to. But your question is well understood. Civil society have gone to sleep. Well, it's unfortunate, and it's because people want to listen when they want to listen. And so there's been a lot that civil society has done from 2021. And I think Mr. Katongo will tell you here that we are always talking by election, we are engaging, because we see that the election from 2021, there is no legislation that has been passed to change anything. So we still continue to engage to improve these things. This is why this year you have this anti-corruption, conference. Again, it's because we are committed as civil society and want to speak about these issues. A few weeks ago, civil society talked about the shrinking democratic space and made reference to the issue of access to information. As a result of that push, you have your access to information going to parliament. And so we're still reflecting on all these things, and we are still talking about them. The problem is that because as civil society, we are critical of government, we are lumped together with opposition political parties that we have an interest. No, we do not have an interest in that sense. Our interest is to ensure that democracy works and it delivers. And so if tomorrow there is another party, for those of you that want to be quiet, sorry, but for us who will speak because things are not right, we'll continue to do so. And there's records here of organizations that have been consistent in terms of speaking about the things that we need to speak about. So we don't know, but we respect that opinion as well. Democracy is limited to what we are discussing here. It's only because we are here and talking about these things. But indeed, issues of the media, and this is why the ambassador of Sweden yesterday talked about the need for access to information in fighting corruption. And when you look at access to information, there is also freedom of the press and freedom of the media. And those are the things that we need to begin to speak about. In the entire constitution, I think there's only one place where media is mentioned, and I think it's in relation to something else, right? So already there is a problem that media is not even recognized in the constitution. extensively. So we need to do better about that. So yes, we recognize other sectors as well, but I think it was important that the conversation was narrowed. But notwithstanding what others said about the role of the media in fighting corruption, very important. And this is why access to information, a good access to information law needs to be in place so that these things can be dealt with.
Thank you very much. We may have another round of questions for us for this time, and then we also allow Director. deal with that.
Should I go?
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I go
My
first.
name is
Number 2, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lavopiri, Mr. Moderator, sir. My name is Mutale Mkuka. My question goes to the ECZ. So we saw in the post-2021 election period, what one would argue was an unprecedented number of election petitions. And I think it was a report by CEDROBS that essentially was tracking electoral dispute resolution cases that cited a total number of, I think it was about 349 election petitions, 77 parliamentary, 272 local government. The basis for these petitions was voter intimidation, violence, corruption, vote buying, undue influence. I think there were even citations of misconduct by the ECZ. My question specifically is, what lessons, if any, has the Commission drawn from this experience? And how is that informing your preparations for 2026 to avoid the repeat of this sort of scenario? I mean, we saw elections being nullified, notably in Kabushi constituency in Dola, Kwacha constituency in Kitwe, at cost to taxpayers. So we know that there's a cost to a lack of integrity in the campaign period in particular. So I think it's to understand what are you doing to proactively address these issues and ensure that we don't have a repeat of this situation and a possible escalation, so that we in Peter's words, continue to entrench our democracy. Thank you.
All right, I'll try to beat his record. My name is Caroline Katoto with CPD. My questions, one is for, it will be married together, the both. So the question that I have is for ECZ, Mr. Katongo, and I do appreciate, obviously, the effort that ECZ has been making in terms of reforms. My question really is, being an oversight institution, you are at the center of the electoral process, and this brings your objectivity into question many times. I think we've seen this play out where certain decisions by your institution have been queried or questioned in terms of how objective or subjective they are. I would like to find out from you in terms of trying to change the perception of the public. And also when we talk of the public as a key player, we're obviously referring to political parties as well in terms of your own integrity as an institution. Just very quickly, for Doreen, we have looked at interventions at party level in terms of leaders and changing the way things are done. Have we tried to focus on the grassroots, because grassroots at the end of the day compose the political parties themselves, they form the composition. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you so very much, the panelists there. I think I'll direct this. I don't know if it is a comment or a question, but very important, to the director elections, Mr. Katongo. You said the president and the vice president are the only two individuals in the country entitled to use the public resources during campaigns or that phase, that hot phase. My concern is maybe it would be good for you to explain what kind of resources they are entitled to. Otherwise, we may end up seeing flying, headlines to say the president and the vice president can in fact use that other resource, which we are questioning in this conference. Maybe you can explain and let the audience know the resources they're entitled to during elections.
Yes, it is. My name's Dr. Chanda Michael Mulimansenga, and I have a very short question. Listening to the inter-party dialogue, you actually have scared me as a doctor. If the levels of sexual harassment is as high as you have presented, out of the more than 80 political parties, how many do actually have sexual harassment policies in place? And I don't know who answer this one. Is it possible in the quest to improve integrity, since we ask for a grade 12 certificate, can't we also ask for just 2 more certificates? One of them could be the sexual harassment clearance certificate. And the other one is the corruption-free clearance certificate, in addition to the tax clearance certificate. Thank you.
Thank you. Unprecedented petitions following the 2021 general election. This trend is like it has come to stay. 2016, post-2016 general election, we used the same terminology, unprecedented petitions. 2021 post a similar trend. But I should mention that if you take keen interest, check how many of those petitions resulted in nullifications. Very few. There were quite very few. But I should also mention that as part of enhancing electoral integrity, those that are aggrieved should have a mechanism to petition and be heard by the courts of law. So as a commission, we cannot stop anyone from petitioning the elections or the results. So the court will adjudicate and the court will determine. We will hear the matter and make a determination. Like I've said, very few cases resulted in nullification. What lessons have we drawn? The one I referred to is that we need to enhance our collaborative efforts with the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Zambia Police Service, because the law mandates the Anti-Corruption Commission to move in where there could be issues of corruption to investigate. So going forward, we have made it part of our plan as Electoral Commission of Zambia to bring together the 3 institutions and see how best we can manage the forthcoming general election of 2026. Then there's the issue of objectivity and integrity in our conduct. This topic will continue be discussed. And indeed, like you have said, perception, but we cannot ignore perception. Perception, if not well managed, can erode the confidence that may be there, can affect the trust, and resulting into people losing confidence in the entire electoral process, and thereby compromising the integrity we are talking about. Starting point, I would like to also borrow the words of the DPP yesterday. I think the way you conduct yourself at times can tell people that you are easily approachable. I think I stand here, I don't compromise. I would rather I separate with the institution for doing the right thing than separate for doing the wrong thing. So that's the spirit in which we work at the Electoral Commission of Zambia. We know we are dealing with a delicate matter and we cannot compromise. People who have their own perceptions on how we make our decisions, but at the end of the day, we have to ensure that that which we do is in the public interest. And we are envied by many around us. You visit neighboring countries, you see how the Electoral Commission of Zambia is considered. And so we build on that which we do and we ensure that we enhance our processes. We're not saying we do our very perfect job. There are lessons to be learned and we ensure that we do that which is expected of us. So continue probing us, continue checking on us, because the job that we do, like I've said, can make or break this country. And we have to do the very best. The issue of which is the president and the vice. Wilbrod, the law says the president shall have access to state resources. Perhaps we need to define further what state resources are. I think there was a reason, thinking on behalf of the drafters, why at that point they thought the president and the vice should be allowed to have access to state resources. But like I've said, these are areas that may need further discussions, whether or not that should still be applicable in Zambia. It's not for me to say yes or no, but just to bring it to our attention that the law do provide for that and just says state resources.
Okay. The
Okay, so you talk about for us.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh yeah, no, I think really Mr. Katongo has done a good job in painting that picture. But I just wanted to say that repeat what I said earlier. Perhaps out of the many petitions and only very few resulted in nullification is a very issue that I mentioned about the threshold for proving your case. And if it has to be widespread, then people can agree that it's like saying, let's do it, but let's not do it too much. You know, you can bribe people, pay people in the electoral process, but don't pay them too much so that it's not widespread. Now, what is the issue we are supposed to be dealing with here is about not having corruption in the electoral process. And therefore, perhaps we should again take advantage of the reform process and try and see how we can lower the threshold, because it becomes very, very difficult for one to prove a case around that with such a high, threshold. So perhaps trying to deal with lowering that so that we can, as much as possible, deter people from engaging in these vices. I thought I should just add that.
Yes, Doreen, please.
Thank you very much. All right. Carol, CPD. Oh yes, the grassroots arrangement. So, the buck stops with the leader. The structure of ZCID is such that parliamentary parties send their secretary generals and another senior member of the party, 2 senior members of the party, to the board. Those ones outside parliament, in this case, who are in the majority, they elect 2 representatives. We convene them like this. They get, we do an elections, then the 2 represent the rest on the board. So we believe that when we are in agreement with secretary generals of the party, that information will cascade to the grassroots, because you rarely have the grassroots misbehaving or acting against the party leadership. So I think that has been an approach that we've been using, but also we have noticed a gap, information gap. I've been sometimes I think the last time I was attended some of the political party liaison committees, I think twice. You'd find that in the same meeting, you have one person from one party. Today, you have the leader asking one question, answered. The following day, a junior member comes and asks the same question, answered. So there is also information gap. I'm sure it's something that can be looked at. Lastly, Doc, I didn't intend to scare you, but to make you aware. And again, just for records, I sit here not in my capacity. I represent an institution. So whatever I'm saying here binds the institution. Let me not be misquoted. What I said is they are allegations. Because even, and if you remember, I brought in panels, I brought in the lobby, I brought in NGO CC, because these are parties that we actually work with, and they've brought us such reports. They are institutions we collaborate with. Two politicians I can put on the spot because they've been on the podium talking about these things is Vumba Malambo and Savoy Imboila. We've met in these spaces and they've spoken about these things. So these things are happening. However, ZCID has not done a research to determine the levels in that regard. So just be aware that some of the adoptions are sexually transmitted.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Doreen. On that note, may I call upon Director Shamakamba to just say something about the synergies with the Commission of Zambia.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. In fact, I wish to even inform the delegates that even the ongoing voter registration, ACC currently has a presence. So definitely wherever corruption pokes its ugly face, we'll be there. And we look forward to work with ECZ. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And that draws us to the conclusion of this informative discussion. A big hand to our able and stellar panelists here. To Director of Programs for running in programming. The members say, wow, manafiala ominalimo. It's not every day that you have such people sitting in one room at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piri. A big hand for Mr. Piri and his team once again. Well done. He has spoken about members. Do we have members in the house? Please, if you're a proud member, just wave your hand. Official announcement. If you're seated next to a member, take care of your wallet. Take care of your handbag. Take care of your cell phones. If you came here with your spouse, maka, take care of your spouse. Bemba sen tolele finanguna vulafi. We are headed for tea now for the next 10 minutes. Let's quickly go out for tea and we come back in the next 10 minutes for a youth debate in this conference. So let's get ready for that. Enjoy your tea.
1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Microphone check 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 1. Mic check 1, 2.
What happened to the sound again?
We're trying to switch back to. We're trying to have it coming from.
Okay.
But when we put it here, that's fine. I'm thinking we need it to measure.
The what? Oh, about the ambassadors.
So speaking from. Yes, right?
Mic check 1 2. Test mic 1 2. Microphone check. Okay.
Yeah. Let's just play the video. It's fine. I think the debate can wait.
Let's just wait.
Yes.
session of our morning. Please just go live. Welcome back inside. Please don't look outside. We are inviting you to join us. We are ready for the debate, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to close the doors. Please come in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into a youth debate. In a few seconds, I'll be inviting the debate master who will carry us through in this session. The motion that they are coming to deal with is integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption than the courts. I am sure the debate master has more to say about this. Allow me at this point in time to invite Chimweka to come and take the podium. A big hand for the debate master, Chimweka.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the rest of our program as indicated by the Director of Ceremonies. Thank you for that. And as mentioned, we get into the debate session, which has the theme of integrity committees being more effective in fighting corruption than the courts. And to get into this debate, we have two tertiary institutions that will be debating. Allow me to call upon the speakers, first of all, from the David Livingstone College of Education to come up front. A round of applause for them as they do so. And also the speakers from the Victoria Falls University. A round of applause for them as well. I believe this is how you know you're in Livingstone, when you hear the names Victoria Falls, David Livingstone, then you certainly know that for a fact You are in Livingstone. Thank you. So once again, the motion is integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption, and proposing this particular motion is the David Livingstone College of Education, and opposing is the Victoria Falls University. Allow me also to introduce our judges who are seated in the front row, just along this column here. And part of the judges, we have from Transparency International Zambia, Mr. Lakson Lungu. Maybe you can just wave for people to be able to see you. From GIZ, we have Ms. Imelda Mbobela Mtonga. Round of applause for her as well. And from the Anti-Corruption Commission, we have Ms. Glenda Mungalaba. Round of applause for her as well. So for the prizes, we've got a 2,500 kwacha for the debate winners, and the runners-up eventually get a 1,000 kwacha. But there'll also be awards for the best speakers. That's for the opposing side and also for the proposing side. For the sake of the debaters, let me also run through the rules this afternoon as they get into this debate. So there cannot be any interruptions. Speakers and debaters must wait their turns to speak. We also acknowledge the fact that the team supporting the motion must not shift its point of view, and the same goes for the opposition, who must oppose the motion completely, whatever their private opinions may be. Also, the use of evidence is very important. This should be academic and not political. And I'm not sure if we have any Nkana fans in the house here. Any Nkana fans? So for the debaters, no use of foul language. Please debate accordingly. Facts must be accurate as well. And the team points will be knocked off for giving an argument that supports the other team. And the speakers may not bring up new points in the rebuttal speech. So the rules will be enforced, and the judges are taking note, which is what we'll be doing. Let's get on with the program by, first of all, getting to the first speaker. In fact, let's just have an introduction from all the speakers here so that we know who is who. We start off with the proposing side. Please just introduce yourself so that the audience also gets to know who is who.
Good afternoon, members of the House. My name is Chamwe Raj. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Imbuam Soafu, coming from the Livingstone College of Education.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chanda Patience from the Livingstone College of Education.
I don't know if any points will be taken out because it's afternoon now, but we'll let that slide. Please also introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karen Mtinta Malambo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chipo Mweto.
Good afternoon, House of Interactions. My name is Chona Momba from Victoria Falls University of Technology. Thank you.
Okay. House of Intellectuals. I foresee a lot of disappear, reappear with a spear as I approach near. But let's carry on with our debate for the afternoon. We'll start off with the first speaker coming through from the proposing University College of Education. That is a round of applause for him as he does his hurried introductory remarks.
The moderator, the chairperson, the panel of adjudicators, the timekeeper, my fellow debaters.
Sorry, apologies. So you can do it from here.
the moderator, the chairperson, the panel of adjudicators, my fellow debaters, ladies and gentlemen, may I just say all protocols are highly observed. I stand here firmly proposing to the motion which states, as I quote, begin of quotation, integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption than the courts, end of quotation. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to explain the key words in the motion that are integrity committee, corruption, and courts. Integrity committee is an in-house vehicle used to cultivate a culture of zero tolerance to cooperation in the organization. Corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for selfish gain. Court is a place where trials and other legal cases happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not just speak from without. The Anti-Corruption Act number 3 of 2012, particularly section 6, part 1, A4, gives a mandate to the Anti-Corruption Commission to create committees in institutions for monitoring corruption in their institutions. I'm not just going to speak from without, but to show that I'm speaking from within. Allow me to trouble the moderator by presenting my evidence, to take it to the judges, to show that, for further clarification or verification. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here strongly saying that integrity committees are doing a good job at fighting corruption compared to the courts. I say so because integrity committees are proactive while the courts are reactive. What do I mean when I say they are proactive? I mean that integrity committees make sure that they prevent the corruption from happening, while the courts only act or give a state after the damage has already been made. Let me bring the house closer. Let me give an example. For instance, as we know that Livingstone is a town blessed with a lot of mosquitoes, what do? We make sure that we have mosquito coils, mosquito net, or mosquito repellent to prevent ourselves from having malaria. In the same issue, this is the way the integrity committees are acting. There is no use of us sleeping outside without using mosquito nets, and afterwards we are expecting ourselves to prevent ourselves from the damage that is caused by malaria. Members of the House, let me stress this point from the presentation that was given yesterday by the British High Commissioner, Mr. Amo. No. Yeah, Mr. Nicholas, where he stated to say deterrence is better than conviction. Members of the House, even the British Commissioner stated that deterrence is better than conviction. According to a ZANIS report dated 24th May 2021, it reports that Mr. Amos Malupenga, the then permanent Secretary of Information and Broadcasting Services, was speaking when he officially opened the Integrity Committee, saying, and I quote, begin of quotation, integrity is enshrined in our Constitution for a national value that we use to guide our everyday decisions and every policy we formulate. As employees, you are the custodian of political assets and resources that you have been entrusted to preside over. From the statement above, it is clear that members of integrity committees are champions of integrity. In every institution, if you are going to have members who have integrity, who have zero or less, who have zero or less cases of corruption. Members of the House, allow me to go further by saying that the Anti-Corruption Commission saw it fit for them to form these integrity committees in order to fight corruption effectively. Then back to my point, we know that we've been having these courts from back as far as we remember, but then there has not been any reduction in the corruption cases. But ever since there was the introduction of integrity committee, we see that there are reduction of incidents in corruption and other related crimes in institutions that were once branded corrupt. For example, as I already told you, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm not speaking from without, but I'm speaking from within. According to the report by the Transparency International Zambia, specifically the 20 2022 Zambia Bribery Payers Index, also known as ZBPI, summary finding and recommendation, on pages 27 and 28, you'll find out that the Zambia Police Service was one of the most corrupt institutions in the country. But then, with the introduction of Integrity Committee, we noticed that the Zambian Police Service has reduced in this, has been most of the one improved institutions. Allow me to also trouble the moderator to please just show this evidence to the judges for verification. Back to my point, ladies and gentlemen, integrity committees dig and investigate cases before the damage is even made. We'll all agree, me and the opponents also will be in agreement that there's no way you can say that it is good for you to be beaten by a lion and then because you go to the hospital to be healed. No, prevention is better than cure.
1 minute to go.
Prevention is better than cure. In my conclusion, what I'll say is that the court is just the receiving end. The real fight for corruption is done by the Integrity Committee in various institutions. With these few but I know convincing points, I raise my case.
Thank you. Let's now get to the first speaker from the opposing side to present the introductory argument. Round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed government officials, honorable members, and high commissioners, distinguished representative from Transparency International Zambia, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and our varied partners from the International Support for Good Governance. May I begin by recognizing and respecting all protocols highly observed in the House of Seniority. Today, we gather with a shared commitment towards a pivotal cause that goes beyond borders and ideologies, the fight against corruption. As we convene to deliberate upon these pressing issues, let us collectively aim to path ways towards a more transparent, accountable, and ethical society. Today's motion states, as I quote, integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption than the courts. Yet, as the opposing party, you are saying, no, the courts are more effective in fighting corruption than the integrity committees. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to define the key terms in this debate. Integrity committees. According to the revised 2021 revised guidelines on the integrity committees program for Zambia, page 1, integrity committee states that it's an internal structure meant to facilitate the prevention of corruption and related malpractice. And according to the ZPI 2021, it also relates to my definition of integrity, which says it facilitates the process of preventing corruption. I bet this to be passed on to the judges. Effective. Members of the House, allow me to define the term effective. Effective, according to Oxford Dictionary, it means that producing the results that is intended or results which are needed. Ladies and gentlemen, the term corruption, according to the Anti-Corruption Act number 3 of 2012, defines the term corruption as soliciting, accepting, obtaining, giving promise, or offering gratification by the way of bribe or other person temptations or other personal gain. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not just a speaker who speaks from without. I would love to pass this information to the judges for further certification. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to define the term court. According to my dictionary, Oxford, the term court is defined as a place where legal trials takes place and where crimes are judged. Members of the House, allow me to pass my beautiful dictionary to the judges for further investigation. Court and effective. Members of the House, please be notified that fighting corruption involves the following, as I quote: legal frameworks and laws, transparency and accountability, education and awareness, strengthening institutions, international cooperations, technology and innovations, ethics and integrity policies, asset recovery, civil society and engagement, leadership and political will. Members of the House, the question now begs for an answer. Are integrity committees more effective in addressing all these issues than the courts? Ladies and gentlemen, after laying this brief but detailed introduction, I'll pave way for my colleagues to come and educate the House of Intellectuals that indeed integrity committees are not more effective than the courts in the fight against corruption. It is said that educate to learn, learn to educate. Ignorance is slavery and knowledge is power. I rest my case.
Thank you. Let us now get to the main proposer, and you have 5 minutes to argue your case.
Thank you so much for the support. Mr. Moderator, Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you to propose on the motion which states integrity committees play a more integrity committees are more effective in the fight against corruption than courts. End of quotation. Members of the House, corruption has plagued our society and hindered progress for far too long, and it is imperative that we come up with solutions. It is imperative that we come up with solutions to this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief that integrity committees, with their unique approach and diverse expertise, wield a stronger power in the fight against corruption than traditional courts. What do I mean by this? Well, firstly, integrity committees offer a more proactive than reactive approach to the fight against corruption. What does this mean? Like earlier alluded to by my first speaker, that it is much better to prevent than to cure. So in line with that, what I'm saying here is that integrity committees fight and deter corruption before it actually takes place, compared to courts that only act after the fact. Let's take an example of a public servant or just an individual who embezzles funds from his or her organization and decides to invest it offshore. The court in that process, because of its bureaucratic structures, loses more money as a government and as a country, loses more money in trying to prosecute such a case. Whereas integrity committees are going to curtail the act before it even takes place. Moving on. Integrity committees also offer accessibility for whistleblowers. Many a times, whistleblowers fear to report cases of corruption or to whistleblow to the courts because they do not feel protected. There is little confidentiality compared to integrity committees. Integrity committees offer confidentiality to whistleblowers. Allow me to write on a point which was raised by the ACC director, who said they are currently working on an online whistleblower platform where individuals or community members will be able to report or whistleblow any issues dealing with corruption, and they'll go anonymous. Therefore, this is an advantage compared to courts, whereas one is not offered anonymous and might be taught to stand in court as a witness. Furthermore, integrity committees also build a culture of integrity and ethics, riding on the theme for the Anti-Corruption Conference of 2023, which says, building a culture of ethics and integrity. Just the presence of an integrity committee in any organization, be it private or public, builds this culture of integrity and ethics in the wannabe wrongdoers. Also, integrity committees are much closer to us at the community level, and therefore it is much easier to whistleblow. Further, integrity committees compared to courts, courts on the other hand, they have this prolonged legal procedures compared to integrity committees which have a timeless action, which take a timeless action. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity committees are more effective in the fight against corruption. One might pose a question. In a case that has been reported, a case of corruption that has been reported by an integrity committee and there's prosecution going on, who then stands in the court to bear witness to such a case? Of course, it's an integrity committee. This further proves that integrity committees are more effective in the fight against corruption, because even in the court itself during prosecution, they are there to further champion the fight against corruption. Furthermore, integrity committees are citizen-led bodies. Therefore, people trust these integrity committees or members of these integrity committees, and they are able to share or whistleblow information without fear. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, integrity committees compared to courts enhance more community engagement. What do I mean by this? Like I earlier alluded to in my first point. Sorry, I'm seeing an indication of timer.
Yes, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's take it to Victoria Falls University for the main opposer to also argue his case.
With a dimple, I come smiling, but when I hear the name corruption, my face begins to run away. House of Intellectuals, like the dressing that I'm putting on is a black suit that is just corruption, but we want to remove that and make corruption to be eradicated and make it look white as a white paper. House of Intellectuals, as my first speaker earlier alluded on what corruption is and what we are simply supporting to. We are simply saying that courts are more effective than these ICs. But before I go in further, may I say that all diplomatic etiquettes be highly observed. House of Intellectuals, the earlier presenter from the proposing side is saying that these ICs are fighting corruption. But let me remind you that in your notion of presenting what an IC is, it simply prevents, which means they only report cases, but not fighting corruption. House of Intellectuals, may I simply educate the House, or should I say, may I educate the proposers that they should learn to understand that when we are talking about prevention and fighting corruption, these are two different things. House of Intellectuals, the court is more effective in fighting corruption. What are the reasons why I'm saying so, House of Intellectuals? The court has implemented an Act of Number 3 of 2000 and 2012, which implements an Anti-Corruption Act, which means that has been delegated by the judiciary that is going to enhance that corruption is being fought. Showing that I'm not a speaker that speaks from without, but within the books of debate. Allow me to read from an insight from www.ufo.n publications over the Zambia corruption and anti-corruption, and it states as I articulate, the judiciary is influenced by the executive and its reputation is marred by allegations of corruption. Applying agenda domination to experience. I further pass this to the moderator to pass it to the judges for further scrutination. House of Intellectuals, may I please just enlighten something to the proposers in the House? That the reason we are saying that the code is more effective in fighting corruption, may I please implement something? They have what is known as a dual process, because a court is in a way that it has a separation of power. And when we are looking at an IC, it has a bias system. So we need a system that is separated in order to make sure that there is effective communication within these institutions.
This is the reason we are saying that a court is more effective in fighting corruption. How do you fight corruption if your uncle is the one who is the chairperson in an IC, and then when your uncle hears a case to say that you have a case to answer, and you are going to tell me that your uncle is going to close his hand? Definitely not, House of Intellectuals. May I tell you that the court is able to fight corruption because the judge that is going to come and judge you, you do not know him. Certainly not, House of Intellectuals. May I say that the judge that is going to judge you, you don't know it. This is the reason we are saying that a court cannot be easily corrupted compared to an IC. House of Intellectuals.
1 minute to go.
House of Intellectuals, may I simply just enlighten something to the House of Debate? The court has got a dual system that is that courts provide a platform to dual process, ensuring that the accused have the right to fair trial. This means that the court is going to provide a lawyer in a situation where you have been accused. Now, the ICs are only implemented on what we call, they are not on an evidence based. But when you come to court, a court, when you bring a case, they shall require you to bring evidence to the House of Intellectuals. If these ICs are definitely preventing corruption, then why is it that when we go to the Zambia Pairs Index on page 11, we find that some organizations that have got an ICs have got a high rate of them having corruption within their institutions? House of Intellectuals, showing that I'm not a speaker that who speaks from without, but within the books of debate. I therefore pass this information to the moderator for further scrutination. I solicit for 30 seconds to wind up.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
I solicit for 30 seconds to wind up. House of Intellectuals, I am sure that I have implemented and educated the guys that did not understand that when we are talking about prevention and when we are talking about eradicating, there is a difference. I therefore raised my case.
Let us now get concluding arguments, starting with the proposing side, the David Livingstone College of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, sir. To the judges, members of the House, the timekeeper, may I say all protocols observed. As a summarizer, I'm here to combat the points that have been mentioned by my previous speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the motion of Integrity Committee being effective in fighting corruption more than the courts, I feel as if I'm flying to America using what we call a plane. Ladies and gentlemen, may I be quick to mention that these integrity committees have been made in such a way to reduce bribes in other institutions. These institutions, they are public institutions. Let's take, for instance, the report that was released in 2022 about the reduction of bribes in Zambian police. This was a result as the introduction to what we call the policy reward. This is the policy reward that they reward people that have maintained their integrity, even if they had the chance to be involved in corruption, but they said no. Furthermore, even as I continue, yes, members of the House, I believe to say in this House, we've got who we call the wheelblowers that are in this House, and you are afraid to report those issues because the wheelblowers are the ones that have got information on their fingertips to tell the members of the House, to tell the Integrity Committee about what is supposed to be done. Therefore, if you are here, the Integrity Committee is going to protect you so that you are able to report those issues and your competence is going to be maintained. Members of the House, the Integrity Committee also creates a good working culture that is to maintain the integrity of an organization. What do we mean when we talk about the integrity of an organization? When you look at the public institution, such as the Zambian police, people had lost confidence in this department. Why? Because when people had gone there, they were told to pay money. But because of the introduction of the integrity committees, even the bribes have been reduced. Another point that I can air out here is that also they reduce the works of the courts. Why? Because the integrity committee, they are there to prevent the crime before it happens. Take, for instance, if the integrity committee intervene in the issue, they are able to give counsel, they are able to give advice, they are able to show a way to say, you are supposed to do things like this. Members of the House, allow me to move. Members of the House, let me also continue, even as I'm continuing on my statement that I said about the Zambian police. I believe, members of the House, there where you are seated, in the organization, in the institutions where you have got integrity committees. And the reason why you created those integrity committees is for you to have zero corruption in that institution where you are. I believe to say, members of the House, you understand what I'm talking about. Yes, coming to the part, look at members of the House. Honestly speaking, I'm giving out a valuable point. My members here, they're just seated like this. The members of the House, they're supposed to be nodding their heads. Yes, members of the House, one of the key advantage of the integrity committee is to identify potential issues that lead to corruption. Members of the House, allow me to cement much on this point. These integrity committees, they are able to prevent the cases even before they become scandals. Members of the House, allow me, even as I conclude everything what has been said by my previous speakers, because as the saying goes, blessed is the man that preaches a short sermon, for he shall be taught again. Even members of the House, when we talk about the integrity committee, let's remember this, they are going to protect you, and these integrity committees, they are found within us, within our means. You are able to access them as whistleblowers, as those people who have got that information. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. I rest my case. Thank you.
Let's also get the concluding arguments from the opposing team.
A house of intellectuals, just imagine telling a health researcher that a 2-year-old baby can chew a vein of an elephant than a 59-year-old man. Members of the House, the opposition, allow me, if I go political, you pardon me. Members of the House, the government of the day, they've brought nothing but BID speeches behind on the podium, and I want to commend that the summarizer from the government side that you don't preach when you're debating. Moving around, confusing the podium is not the case.
Mr. Speaker,
House of
facts,
intellectuals,
not political arguments. You have to bring facts.
Okay. House of Intellectuals, I'm here to oppose to the motion that states integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption than the courts. I'm going to underline the word effective and define the word effective as I iterate as the first speaker from opposition defined. Effective is referred to as how far, to the degree of how far the intended purposes are being achieved. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, fellow debaters, we are here to debate the motion that says integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption. And honorable members of the House, I want you to understand that a court is a legal entity where judicial powers are exercised. House of Intellectuals. Fighting corruption, we do not deny that preventing corruption is also fighting corruption, but fighting corruption is as crucial as fighting is after the fact is found. Honorable members of the House, according to the BPI reports or survey for 2022, shows that out of 444 individuals who were asked about the existence of the integrity committees, about 61%. 61.3% were not aware of these integrity committees. And to tell you that integrity committees, these are institution-based groups, and they cannot fight corruption as the case does. The case has got more powers when it comes to fighting corruption. Honorable members, the first point we are here to, the first pressing point I'm going to make here today is the integrity, the court. The court has more power in terms of fighting corruption because the court has got legal authority. What do I mean by legal authority? The court can prosecute and prevent, investigate cases of corruption. And to show you that I'm not speaking from without, the Anti-Corruption Commission reports report by Jonathan Siame, published June 1, 2021, the report says the Lusaka Magistrate Court has convicted and sentenced former Community Development Minister for 2 years simple imprisonment for corruption charges. I pass the evidence to the judges. Honorable members of the House, if indeed ICs were that much effective in terms of fighting corruption, we would have an international integrity committees that fights corruption than the court. To show you that the court has got legal authority, and also we've got even an international court to show you how big this institution is. And I think the government of the day, they have brought serious allegations and misleading statements to the House today to insinuate that integrity committees can fight corruption more than the court does. We've seen and we've listened to news in the papers where the court have been sentencing people who are being found corrupted and doing corruption practices, but I've never seen an integrity committee at the court ground with books and papers representing someone or reporting someone. I want to tell you that integrity committees are still new in the system. They are just introduced in 2014, and the integrity committees are being appointed by the PS, of which if the PS himself is corrupt, the integrity committees cannot report. And integrity committees, there is no protection for whistleblowers as the court does. The court will protect the witnesses. And also the court is bigger than an in-based organization, institution, or a committee that only prevents but does not find the fact or prosecute. They don't have that power. To show you that the court has been making progress in fighting corruption, I want to quote from Anti-Corruption Commission report by Timothy Mono, February 10, 2020, and I quote, Lusaka Magistrate Court has convicted 2 Lusaka businessmen to 9 months imprisonment with hard labor for corruption practices. I beg to pass the evidence to the judges.
And your time is up.
I solicit for 30 seconds to wind up. Honorable members of the House, I want to make this very open to everyone that the court has got powers than integrity committees. Integrity committees, they have got limited power to prosecute, and also investigate cases. How do you expect a son to feed the father when the father is the one who is supposed to feed the son? That is, I think, another topic for another day. So, members of the House and the House of Intellectuals, the ACC records 22 arrests and 12 convictions in 2020, involving 63 million recovered in last year. Over the last
time is up. Time is up.
Okay, thank you. I solicit for 30 seconds to wind up.
Time is up. Unfortunately, not granted.
I just
30
want
seconds
to
not granted.
I just want to advocate that if the court and the integrity committees can work collaboratively to combat
Thank you so
corruption,
much.
then we'll have.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is get to the cross-examination point of the debate. And what we're going to do here is offer equal opportunities for both sides, the proposing side and also the opposing side. And what we're going to do here is give 2 minutes for the opposing team to make their proposition. We'll give a minute to the other team to discuss before reaffirming the position. And we'll do the same in vice versa. So what we're going to do now is get to the opposing team to make their proposition within 2 minutes, and then we'll accord the other side to respond in 3 minutes with a 1 minute break to discuss. So from the opposing side, you may come through and make your proposition. And two. Soon after that, we'll also get to the judges to make their decision before announcing who the winner for today's debate will be. And that decision will be made over lunch. But before that, we get into our cross-examination from the opposing side, starting first to make their proposition.
The question is House of Intellectuals to the government of the day is bearing in mind that integrity committees, these are committees that are being appointed by the PS and they don't have a permanent secretary. In this case, how do you, to you, the government, can you bite the finger that is feeding you if at all the PS is the one found in the corruption activities? And secondly, what are the principles for the integrity committees? Thank you.
Hope the proposing side got the question. Yes, hope you got that. All right, so they definitely have a minute to discuss that before coming through to respond and reaffirming their position. So once again, we do have the David Livingstone College of Education on the proposing side and the Victoria Falls University who are on the opposing side. Under the motion of integrity committees are more effective in fighting corruption than the courts. You may come through to reaffirm your position.
Well, my own? Oh, thank you. Well, I must say, through my course of training, both as a pupil and as a teacher, I think that's the easiest question I've been asked. So we are talking about, it's in the name itself, integrity committee. So these members of this committee are integral by nature. There are certain values and principles that have been assessed before these members have been chosen to be part of this integrity committee. They are ethical, they are integral. Therefore, we expect them to do the integral part. Just yesterday, I had a quick chat with the SEC director and asked him a question to say, should we be worried that members of the integrity committee can be offered a bribe? He says, well, that goes without saying. We can't necessarily prevent that, but we've had a member of an integral committee offered 150,000 kwacha and he reported it, and now he's getting awarded for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We also need a member from your team to make an opposition, to ask a question to the other team, and so that they can also make a response. And soon after that, we get to our judges to make the decision, and eventually we'll be able to find out who the winner of the debate will be today. So far, what do you guys think over there? What do you guys think? Who's taking this one so far? David Livingstone? Victoria Falls University? Yeah, you guys don't sound very convincing. So we await the question from the proposing side to the opposing team. We'll give them a bit of some time to discuss. 1 minute has been allocated before we can get a response of reaffirmation from the opposing side and find out what their stance is in response to the question that will be asked under today's motion of integrity committees versus the courts on issues of effective fight against corruption, which has been the discussion for today. All right, we seem to have the question ready. Please come through to the podium here.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to ask my opponents one question. Don't you think that the prolonged procedures of the courts delay justice, bearing in mind that justice delayed is justice denied?
Interesting question. I know that probably even none of the people who are not debating are prompted to take part and want to respond, but so far we leave it to the debaters here to respond. To be particular, the opposing side who have been asked this question, that's from the Victoria Falls University. They have the minutes to discuss that and to reaffirm their position on this matter before we get to the judges to make their decision of who the winner of today's debate will be. With all the facts and evidence presented, I know that's also some information that the judges will be gathering to see how the arguments are in support of the evidence provided from the debaters. With 30 seconds to go for the opposing side to discuss and eventually give us the response to the questions.
Thank you so much for that question. The government of the day. A court is a public institution that is not compromised in the way they handle matters concerning a justice. Of course, justice delayed is not justice denied, and you see to the court is an independent institution, and for those cases of which you see maybe they've taken long for the justice to be delayed, it's out of gathering evidence. So we said the due process of the court cases is the court works on evidence. It's an evidence-based institution, which the court does not just pass justice or judgment on hearsayings. They want substantial evidence and defined evidence to the allegations. That's why you will see some of the cases will take maybe 4 years because of the witness, maybe it's compromised or something. So, but it is an institution that we should trust as a public institution that works on justice and that is very independent just for that cause. And justice has never been delayed, but just the way things are in the evidence-based institution that works on evidence. That's why some of the cases they take maybe 2 years for the respondents or to gather the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So with that done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to the judges to discuss that. And eventually, from their review, we'll be finding out who the winner will be. And this will be obviously announced just after lunch as indicated. But I hope for the panel of debaters here, you would not take time to bribe the judges while they're having lunch, because we are speaking against fighting corruption and everything just being fair. I will also hand over back to the director of programs for the day to guide us through on what's going to happen next. Thank you.
A big hand for our debate master and the debaters. Well, the winner is to the judges. I am offering 2 nights at Radisson Blue for one of the schools to take it as the winners. Also, I'm offering you to get an extra person for the gala dinner. If you can. I'm not bribing you, eh? I know they have work to do right now. We will be going out for lunch, but allow me to solicit for 30 seconds from you. I was on a bus as we go for lunch in Lusaka. The conductor offered us to take a free ride. And in this, he said, if you can guess my name, it starts with C. I raised my hand first. I said, you are Chibuye. He said, no. Another man raised the hand and said, you are Chansa. He said, no. 7, 8 people on the bus wanted to go on a ride for free. I tried again because I didn't have money on me. I said, you are Chiwela. He said, no. He said, I want someone to one. He never see Chula. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll release you to go for lunch. I don't want to be a wheelblower. Lunchtime, lunchtime. We are coming back in an hour's time. Why are you laughing? Do I look funny? Let's go and enjoy our lunch. We are coming back for the results and a last panel of discussion session. So please quickly, in the next 1 hour, we expect us to be seated here exactly 2:15. A big hand once again for the debaters as they await the results. Please specify on the coupon as we call the line. Make sure you have
Mic check 1, 2. Microphone check 1. 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Mic check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please let's come inside and start. We are resting with time. Let's all come inside and hall. We are ready to start the session. Please come inside. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I love the session after lunch. People begin to consult their ancestors in sleep. So please, we have good air conditioners in here. I'm sure that will be fought. It's not hot, so you'll be able to stay awake throughout the sessions. When I woke up this morning, I was praying for a youth pastor that God must show me today. And from the debaters, I've already picked two. Those two young men who are speaking very fast, they remind me of myself when I was young as I'm an upcoming young pastor. We used to debate differently, and I liked today's style, very unique. Something was left out, no point of order, no point of interjection. It's normal because that's how it was planned. And I remember how we used to introduce ourselves. I stand parallel to the roof, perpendicular to the ground. Remember all those introductions. I vertically stand here. This afternoon, we will wait to listen to the results, but we are going straight into the panel of discussion. And the topic this afternoon is building integrity in fiscal decentralization, the case of a CDF program. To moderate this topic is Mr. Jimmy Maliseni, who is also Programs Manager Alliance for Community Action. May I boast again and say he's also a Livingstone product. We are producing very good in this city. By the way, the ACC Director General is also a product of Livingstone. He just went to visit somewhere in 1988. Is he around? All right. May I ask you to put your hands together for Mr. Jimmy Maliseni.
Thank you, Pastor.
Oh, by the way, I was his master of ceremonies on his wedding. Just to make sure he remembers me.
Yes, that's absolutely true. 20 years ago, or almost 20 years ago now, Pastor Buster Tembo was the master of ceremonies at my wife and I's wedding ceremony. That is how far we go back as Livingstonians. I'm absolutely thrilled to be back home this afternoon. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, like everybody else before me, to ride on the protocols so ably established by Mr. Maurice Nyambe yesterday, a fellow Livingstonian, as we were told, the Executive Director of Transparency International Zambia. I will be moderating the 7th and final session, where we are going to be discussing the topic entitled Assessing Corruption Risks in Fiscal Decentralization, a focus on the Constituency Development Fund. Before I proceed, just a quick recap of what we have had today so far. We've heard from the panel on political party integrity, campaign finance regulation, as well as state capture. is moderated by Dr. Neo Simtanyi, chairperson for CPD, and from the National Democratic Institute, Mr. Lavu Piri, led the discussion on enhancing electoral integrity during party nominations and during the campaign period. The day began with our director of programs, Pastor Basta Musweto Tembo, giving us a recap of key takeaways from yesterday. And colleagues from TIZ have also done some great work on their Facebook page. And for me, the greatest takeaway from yesterday is the one that says convict corrupt actors past and present. Now, let me provide you with an overview of our topic this afternoon. The panel discussion aims to delve into corruption risks associated with the decentralization agenda, specifically on the Constituency Development Fund program. The CDF guidelines emphasize public participation, transparency, and accountability in fund management, as well as the declaration of interest. These provisions are integral to building integrity in fiscal decentralization. The purpose of this panel, therefore, will be, rather for purposes of this panel, we are going to define fiscal decentralization as the process of transferring financial responsibilities and decision-making powers from central government to sub-national levels such as regional or local governments, as the case is for our discussion. This transfer of financial authority is often aimed at promoting efficiency, local responsiveness, and accountability in public service delivery. Our guiding questions, therefore, will include evaluating the process of the government in promoting fiscal decentralization, understanding the role of CDF, the challenges in CDF processes, assessing corruption risks within CDF, and identifying and exploring instances of declaration of interest, understanding actions taken by local authorities to protect the CDF from corruption and misuse. My first panelist brings a wealth of knowledge and practical experience from the local government perspective. In his position in our city of Livingstone, he plays a crucial role in the fiscal decentralization process. Today, he will provide evidence based on responses from the viewpoint of the local authority, shedding light on challenges, progress, and initiatives taken to prevent corruption and build integrity in the public service. Please welcome another Livingstonian, His Worship, the Deputy Mayor of Livingstone, Mr. John Banda, my former pastor. Just emphasizing the point that I am home indeed. So 18 years ago, Pastor Banda was my youth pastor. He wasn't a papa, you know, the kinds that follow you home when you miss church. They want to know why you didn't come to church. And they follow you up. Yeah, you must grow in the things of the Lord, young man. Thank you for coming, sir. Our second discussant, ladies and gentlemen, serves in the Livingstone Constituency Development Fund, CDF committee, with direct involvement in the implementation of the CDF. He's going to share with us evidence-based insights into the intricacies of the program, addressing corruption risks, challenges faced, and actions taken to ensure that transparency and integrity in the CDF process happens. Please welcome Mr. Christopher Siamwenya, our CDF committee chairperson for Livingstone. And I use the word our literally. I've voted in every election since 2001. And I've voted from Livingstone and Livingstone only, even though I've lived away from here for the better part of the last decade and a half or so. That's how much Livingstone remains home to me. Our third and final panelist represents civil society in our discussion. He serves as the executive director of the Alliance for Accountability Advocates in Zambia. AAAZ is what we call them. He brings a critical perspective on corruption prevention and integrity building. His evidence-based responses will provide us with insights into the role of civil society in promoting transparency, holding duty bearers accountable, and contributing to the overall fight against corruption. Please welcome my comrade, as I call him, Mr. Uchembe Chilufya, Executive Director for AAAZ. All right, thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for availing yourselves. And I'll use my timer. I'll give each one of you 5 minutes to give your opening remarks on the same question. I would love to begin with you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor of Livingstone, on what your own assessment is of how much progress the government has made in promoting fiscal decentralization, specifically the case of CDF.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. How much progress has the government made in promoting fiscal decentralization? When we are talking about fiscal decentralization, we are talking about government revenue and how much they have been able to distribute it down up to the local level. I think we might be aware that from the time CDF started in Zambia way back in 1995, this government was able to increase it from 1.6 million and increased it to 25.7 million, which was last year. And they've gone further to increase it to 30.1 million this year, which means government has progressed in terms of how they want to see revenues going down to the local level. And it's something that is very positive in my view, because decentralization is government trying to make sure that the communities, as low as the zones and the wards, are in control of their development agenda. And what has always lacked is monies and resources to use for their development agenda. You see, the challenge we face is at a local level, you may have small projects, let's say a small footbridge or a market shelter or some small mini projects which cannot receive the attention of the central government up there. And so there will be need for the local communities to be able to take care of those mini projects. And what has been a challenge is resources. And so the government has gone further in trying to increase this constituent development fund so that the local people can have resources to be able to meet the challenges of their mini and small projects. I would comfortably say we are heading in the right direction as the revenues are trickling down to the community.
Thank you very much. You still have 2 minutes, so you still come and get your time back later on. Let me move over now to Mr. Siamwenyo, the CDF committee chairperson. So from your interaction with the local authority as well as central government in terms of how you've seen money come down to the local authority as CDF see in Livingstone, to what extent would you say, or how would you assess how we are doing with decentralization of our fiscal regime, specifically in CDF?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Currently, or the current government has shown that they are very serious with the decentralization of funds.
generally even the idea of decentralization. If I can draw you back to the previous government, Constituency Development Fund was at 1.6. Some of the constituencies in the country were not able to receive this 1.6 in the previous government. Two, it was difficult to know when you are receiving the money in the previous government. But as at now, from the time the New Dawn government took over the reins of this country, we have seen a very positive development of the government delivering to its promises. Constituency Development Fund in this government, every year that comes, you are rest assured that money is coming. We have had no time that we did not receive our allocation as a constituency during the year. That was not the case in the past. Just now, as I'm talking to you, all the 156 constituencies received their allocation for 2023. We have just received an allocation for 2023. This shows that the government is quite committed and ready to deliver decentralization promises down to the grassroots. Just like what the previous speaker said, decisions are now made by the local people because it is them who know which project they want to undertake. No more dictates from the central government on what project must be done in the constituency. The constituency members or residents are now the ones who decide what to do. I want you to know that Constituency Development Fund is a community-driven fund. This is why the community is the one to decide on the project that should be undertaken. Thank you.
Right, thank you. My panelists are doing very well in terms of time. As we get to you, Mr. Chilufya, of course, partnering with you, I'm quite aware that you have currently support from the Commonwealth Foundation, and you are implementing a project that seeks to enhance uptake of CDF, community participation, from that perspective and interacting with communities. I would want to add an extra layer to you as you respond to the question. How well generally are we doing in decentralization, and what are some of the lessons are you able to share with us from that particular intervention in terms of how we are performing in decentralizing fiscal management?
Thank you very much, Jimmy, for that question. And sitting here, I feel like I might be preaching on the other hymn book, as I think my leaders here have given the physical decentralization almost 100%. We're implementing different projects being supported by different partners, including GIZ, local impact through the USAID, and now the Commonwealth project, where we're trying to ensure that more people, especially the young people, also involved in the implementation of CDF, but also in the administration processes. This includes monitoring how the disbursements are done. It includes ensuring that we have access to information on CDF. It includes that people have the capacity to be able to engage with our leaders as such, to inquire on what is happening on the ground and how they can access these funds, and how the funds can contribute to the different particular needs of the communities. Well, it is definitely very acceptable that the New Dawn government has shown political will in ensuring that there is fiscal decentralization. The increasing of CDF funds to the amounts that we are talking about today is definitely something that is very good and very positive in ensuring that resources are going to the grassroots. But there are still some gaps that needs to be addressed. And those gaps, I think, will also touch on the issue that we are talking about today, issues of integrity, issues of transparency, issues of capacities as well, because from what we've been getting from communities, among many other things, you find there is limited access to information by community members on how they can, even access the particular CDF that we're talking about. There is issues of the committees, the CDF committees not being open in terms of providing feedback to the applicants if people apply and they're either picked or not picked. There is no proper feedback that is given back to the community members. And that touches really on issues to ensure that these funds go to the communities, because at the end of the day, when people know the reason why they're not given the funds that they applied for, these are the reasons, and next time if you're applying, work on these issues so that you're able to get these funds, probably be able to see these resources trickling down to the communities. But of course, there are also challenges with the structures that we've created. Structures, or rather not that we've created, that has been there. Structures like the Ward Development Committees, who in some cases are politically inclined in some constituencies. In some cases, they are very neutral, but in majority of the Ward Development Committee members, you find they are politically inclined, and that brings challenges in ensuring that these resources are really going to the intended beneficiaries and are trickling down to the people at community level. So those are some and many other issues. Lack of participation. If you ask in our constituencies, in most cases, when you go to the lowest structures like the zonal structures, if you ask when such structures had their meetings to inform how the IDPs what they should contain, is another issue. And you find people also do not participate in these structures because they do not have the confidence to engage with such structures, that once they provide and give information to this structure, this information will reach to the intended decision makers, and they'll be able to see the services being provided at community level. So people have begun to shun away from these spaces, or they don't attend local structure meetings to inform what should be provided or what services they need. And as such, we see an area of issue of decisions being made by particular individuals who determine and think that these are the needs of community members. And when you go there, we continue seeing lack of ownership of the services that government is providing, because the community members are not involved and there's no accountability on a number of issues. So yeah, among many other issues, those are
okay.
those.
Very interesting. So I would love you, Your Worship, Mr. Banda, to just give a quick maybe comparison or reaction to what Mr. Luchembe has raised here. We are discussing decentralization as seen through CDF, and one of the key elements that he raises is that of participation. To what extent is there participation as designed from the zonal level to the CDFC and all the way to the local authority? Just for context, the project I referred to that Triple AZ are working on is in Eastern, Mchinga, Wapula, and Western Province, if I remember correctly. So what is the case for Livingstone specifically, but maybe generally around Southern Province, your adjacent constituencies?
Okay. Let's settle something here. CDF itself and its guidelines and what the objectives are very clear. And the intentions of CDF are very pure and good intentions. But even in the same guidelines, there is a way CDF must be administered. And like he has rightly put it, it goes back to the zones. So the process in which CDF is administered begins from the zones themselves. And these zones divided according to the number of polling stations, which each constituency or a ward, let me use the ward itself. So if, for instance, my ward has got 3 polling stations, which means I've got about 3 zones. Now with each zone, they have a zonal leader who should be able to call upon the community in his zone to participate in project identification and so on and so forth. Now, that is enshrined in the guidelines, and that's how it's supposed to be the process. That's why I said CDF in itself and the guidelines mean well. The intentions are good. The challenge is sometimes citizen participation. I don't know the challenge with our people, much as it even begins from choosing the zonal leaders themselves, because zonal leaders are elected by the particular zone. From the council's perspective, the local authority will do its part. They'll go around announcing through the public address system. For example, they will be able to announce, no, on such a date, this zone in a capital ward will be conducting elections so that you choose your zonal leader. Those announcements will be done on radio, on social media, some notice will be given. But you find that the actual turnout on the very day of voting for the zonal leader will be very pathetic. People will not respond. Then, of course, the elections will go on, a zonal leader will be elected. The next challenge which will come is the zonal leader announces meetings for people to come so that they have their own say in project identification. The turnout is again poor. People don't turn out. Then a few individuals in that zone, following the guidelines, they will meet, come up with project identification, produce the minutes, and then subsequently send it to the CDF. What now happens is eventually when CDF approves a particular project, those who did not attend, they'll go to social media. Those who did not attend, they now go to social media and begin now to complain. And this is a challenge we are facing. No one is turning away people from attending these meetings. A capital ward where I come from, town center here, the CBD, it is almost impossible to gather them.
Is it because they are the upper members and
Because
CDF doesn't mean much to them? Or is it a question of the extent to which you advertise the zonal meetings?
no, you see, the zonal meetings are advertised. Like I said, for example, like from the council's perspective, we have the PR department. They would put a public address system on the vehicle, go around and announce. Okay, maybe announce also on radio. I mean, which other platform will people announce?
Okay, let's hear from the CDF chairman, Mr. Siamwenya. Continuing with the issues that Mr. Chief has raised here, I want you to address the case or the reoccurring theme of lack of participation at the grassroots level, as we commonly refer to it. If that is the case, and as of course confirmed here by the deputy mayor, to what extent do CDF projects therefore in Livingstone represent the felt needs of the grassroots and therefore actualizing decentralization, fiscal decentralization? To what extent can we say this CDF list is the one that reflects the needs of the people of Livingstone?
Mr. Moderator, the issues that have been raised are real issues. We are facing a lot of challenge in actualizing this decentralization when it comes to the grassroots level. Because as it has been alluded, participation of people at the grassroots, so far, it has not been all that encouraging. We have had these situations where we will approve a project is funded, and when the person who has been funded now shows that they have been funded, the whole community will rise and say, we don't know about this person. Where did you get this person? How did this person come about? So we have those situations. However, personally, what I think is that there's one element which we have not done vigorously in order to change the scenario. That is of training. Most of these people have been given these positions, like zonal leaders, WDC leaders. They have not undergone a training to make them effective in their operations. I know that council officials have gone around. It's just sensitization. CDF matters are so important that they need someone who has undergone a training in order for him or her to handle matters of CDF seriously. That part has not been done. And probably this is one reason why we are seeing this kind of poor management of the fund. Even WDCs, members of the ward development committees, when they were being recruited, they thought there was something they were going to get for the service they were going to render. But unfortunately, they found that there was absolutely nothing to get. They were just to do the work as volunteers. And in our term of volunteer, if you agree to do work without pay, you do it. But them, they have now turned around and started saying, no, we can't do. How can I go for a meeting where I have to hire a taxi to take me to the meeting point? Where do I get that money? Where do I get paper? Where do I get this? It's now when they have realized that being a volunteer, you do the work without expecting anything as an inducement. So that part, we needed to look at it seriously because it has hampered the good implementation of CDF at the grassroots. Zonal leaders, some of them, those, because there are two types of zonal leaders. There are those who are elected and those who are appointed. Now, the appointed ones are those from various organizations. The elected are those from the ward. Now, the ones from organizations, they are the worst because they can't leave their jobs to go and attend a meeting where they will get nothing. So I feel this is something we needed to look at.
Okay, so I'm loving how the conversation is progressing because this is where I bring you back in as Triple AZ. Given this background that we now have of challenges of participation, misunderstanding the voluntary nature of the work, I suppose this is more biblical, Pastor. If I can address you that for now, freely we receive, freely we give. Appears to be the spirit. Now, what vulnerabilities does that open us up to in terms of the occurrence of corruption?
Yeah, so it opens up a lot of vulnerability in terms of corruption because one, you'll understand that the disbursement of funds will not then be done as prescribed as my able leader here has said according to the guidelines. There is always now to find means and ways to ensure that resources go to the communities and ensure that at least there are people that are pronouncing having received these funds. And for me, that is where the issue is. It's unfortunate that we decided to call for a wedding before we put our house in order, before we even, found where we're going to sit when we get married. You rightly mentioned 20 years almost now, somebody came to officiate at your wedding. One thing that you had put in place is you had known the cost of what you'd be getting into. When we're getting into this constituency and increasing the funds to this level, we should, for example, have thought of ensuring that the local structures are well capacitated. If you ask even the committee chairperson here, when we go to our ward structures, we really find a space where we can comfortably say, ward development committee members, come here, let's discuss. There are no structures. The ward development committees that are mostly abused in terms of getting information to the local structures do not even have a permanent structure where you can find them. You have to look for them in the community. Where does the chairperson live? And it's unfortunate that we want to, trivialize this very important process that is to result in benefiting the people in terms of access to these funds. So in such situation, someone has to ensure that these resources have to go to the community members. The CDF committees have to find means even when the chairperson is not found anywhere. And remember, as rightly pointing out, that these are voluntary roles. So you choose whether to come to this meeting or go and find food for his family. And if he doesn't come to this meeting, yes, you hold them accountable for 1 or 2 times. The next time they will not even show up because they would have lost interest. And this is what we are seeing at community levels. These structures that we've built, we've not built capacity, and as such, we are creating spaces for corruption as opposed to bringing issues of integrity and how these resources begin to trickle down. If most of the times we've engaged with young people who want to see a lot of infrastructure, for example, recreation facilities in their communities, they are not represented on the structures in most cases. If once they are not represented in the structures, if they go to the CDF committee, they are not finding people that can relate with them on the issues that they want. If they are going to relate, it's an issue of, so if this is done, how do others benefit, or how do I benefit if I push this agenda for you? So those are areas that we need, to look in.
Is continuous. How secure planting? How secure is the people's mind if the minister? From the council's perspective, I can say it's a
issues to talk about the same person being in cooperative, in another cooperative and another cooperative, and accessing funds from these different cooperatives. And this person is not just a member of a cooperative. They might actually be a member of the CDF structure or the Ward Development Committee, for God's sake. So if those are not loopholes for corruption, then I don't know what you mean by airtight, because those are issues that we need to begin to unpack. And I think as an organization, this is why we are proposing to government. We've developed an online platform. I know it might not apply for rural areas because we have not yet improved our infrastructure in rural communities. But we've proposed to government, say, can we digitize the CDF process such that when one applies, and you can apply using the online platform. And once you enter your NRC, you will not be able to apply in another committee, for example. And when you look at the packaging of the funds that we're talking about, and you'll agree with me, Chair, that most of the funds that you've been able to receive and utilize are bursary funds for supporting school programs, as well as the loan programs. We've not been able to use resources allocated for empowerment programs effectively, and even the community projects, because there's a lot of issues in terms of aligning some of the proposed projects that are supposed to be supported at community level to the IDPs and indeed the national strategies like the 8th National Development Plan. And most of the districts and district structures have not yet finished developing such very important tools for us to be able to effectively utilize these resources at community level. So when you talk about airtight, I'm just like, okay, where are we not seeing some of these things at community level happening? Because you've packaged it very nice that if I go to your constituency, I'll be able to see how much resources have been received, well tabulated in a very nice public maybe notice board, and who has received, and everyone in the community will be happy. You mentioned earlier to say, look, sometimes when we give these funds, people will raise against and say, where did you get these people? It's because of how these resources are given out. We've seen most cases using, and unfortunately, and I think in my own opinion, we are using CDF as a political tool, to ensure that we continue being relevant as politicians, which should not be the case. Let's provide the service to the people as they deserve to get these services. CDF should not be used as a political tool. It should be used as it is intended, as it is rightly intended in the Constitution, as it is rightly intended in the guidelines, in ensuring that the service is provided to the people. Some of the challenges that we see at community levels are challenges that CDF would effectively address. But
All
the
right.
manner in which resources are being dispersed to the community levels is undesirable.
Okay, so I'll give Chair 2 minutes to just quickly give us a reflection of what has specifically happened in our constituency. I want to appreciate the fact that obviously Mr. Luchembe is speaking from a bigger sample size from where Triple AZ works. But if we narrow it down to Livingstone, to what extent are we aware and ensuring that we don't fall into these traps insofar as corruption is concerned? He's raised the issue of multiple membership in cooperatives. He's also raised the issue of beneficiaries from CDF who are politically exposed. I'll have you respond first, and then also from the perspective of the council, His Worship can also add to what you say.
So far, yeah, the issue he has raised as a as a CDF committee, we have noticed one cooperative that has applied twice. That one we have noticed, and we are looking into how we can correct that, or how we can ensure that this cooperative is not given this money. Last year they applied, this year they applied under different names. So this is something which is going on. I cannot say no to that one because we have noticed it also. Coming to the other issue which you raised, you see, in Livingstone here, yes, it is difficult to know intentions of people. It is very difficult to ensure that people are not making requests 3-4 times. Control measures which we have talked about should have been instituted at the onset of the program. And this is why I'm saying, let us go back to the drawing board so that we make sure that what we are doing as CDF benefits the people. So far, this idea of people getting money twice, we have noticed it and we are working on that one.
All right, let's also hear from you, Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, in terms of how that challenge is being handled from the council's perspective. Multiple applications, multiple membership in cooperatives, but also people that clearly politically exposed and maybe not qualifying for a particular scope of the fund are getting to be beneficiaries.
You see, I want to mention something here, very categorical, that the intentions of CDF and what happens should be a bit separated. What it is intended for is good, but sometimes you find that the very beneficiaries or the communities to which CDF should go, you would find that maybe that is where there is a bit of a problem. You are not in control of how certain people would behave, for example. Let me give you an example, like let's say you are empowering people as a cooperative. They say they want to rear chickens. So from your side, you give them that money because they've presented a proposal. Here is the 40,000. Go and do the chicken rearing so that you are empowered and you improve your lives. Because one of the reasons of CDF is poverty reduction. Now, what they do afterwards, you have no control. The next time you hear maybe people just shared that money and then the cooperative, disappeared. Then next maybe they would want to register another cooperative, which they want again to apply next year and so on. So that's a story for another day. But those are some of the things which you cannot control. But from the council's perspective, we make sure that even when the CDF committee has approved these funds and allocations, they go through some technical appraisal and so on. Then also in that technical appraisal, we have some of the directors, they are also part of it. They help even in identifying these gaps, these loopholes, especially at payment level. They'll be able to say, no, there is a problem here. Maybe it can also be referred back to the CDF committee, even in terms of calculations. So our personnel are active in that direction, including especially the procurement committee.
All right, thank you very much, Your Worship. So we will now go into 18 or so minutes of question and answer before we conclude. I can see Mr. Sampa's hand was literally on standby. It went up immediately. I turned around. Okay, so we've got 2 hands this side. We'll take 3 questions. All right, I'll take one from the students and then we'll have the panel respond. Please pass on the mic to Mr. Sampa.
Jimmy, thank you very much. First of all, I want just to state that I'm speaking as a consultant of two big institutions, trade unions and civil society organizations who have formed the alliances throughout the 10 provinces. And one of the issues they are dealing with intensely is that of CDF. As I go further, let me also just make a correction on the CDF chairperson, where he mentioned that the 123 constituents have received all their allocation. No, 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 sir. This has not happened yet, but that's our aspiration. No constituency as of today has received the total allocation to them. Actually, the other year, 2022, only 17% of the allocated CDF was given. You remember this even in the Minister of Finance had mentioned when he was presenting the budget, just to correct that fact. But the points that are crucial in terms of when we talk about the integrity that I would want even the mayor, His Worship the Mayor to speak of, and even Luchembe, is that of the way for instance, the CDF has been structured, including the guidelines. Integrity, you want people to have their voices and you want them to be presented. I'll just talk about two issues. One issue is the way the WDC participant or members are selected. Out of the 10, 6 are appointed by the member of parliament, including those that are coming from civil society organizations and religious institutions. And when you go around, you ask the representative of civil society organization, the major civil society organization do not even recognize most of those representatives. So that's one. Secondly, it's a decentralization. But as you know, as last year on December 22nd, the Ministry of Local Government circulated a directive that 9 things had to be done according to the way the local Ministry of Local Government wanted. You should buy an ambulance for 1 million. You should buy also police vehicle. And all these were around the issues of the amounts of 1 million. And you find some constituencies were funded about 14 million. And if you take out 11 million from the directive from the local authorities, you realize that the constituencies were fighting for less than 1.2 million, for them to access. So in this case, I agree with the mayor, His Worship the Mayor, that the intention is good, but also what we are seeing at the ground, the people are not benefiting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, there was a hand there. Yes, so okay, we'll just get these 3 questions and then we'll hear from the Kenyan case study that I find very, very intriguing, something that we can learn from.
Angela Ptale once more. I'm afraid CDF has always been a very serious issue that people need to talk about, like seriously. There are issues that were talked about from the speakers, especially the CDF committee chairperson, as well as the mayor, that I would love to speak to. As I'm speaking, probably it's important that you know that I also sit on one of the WDCs where I come from. I'm actually vice chairperson for a WDC. So I understand how it in the I wanted when they was to talk very say they or is and the was a comment there is quite the only thing probably that I would love to mention when it comes to training is the fact that maybe that training should have been extended to the CDF as well. There should have been a time when probably the WDCs as well as the CDF committee would have sat together and probably consolidate on how best they are going to operate, because that is where the major gap is. The WDCs are on the ground. When you talked about the zones, You need to understand to say
If you may wind up, please.
I don't know how to
I,
wind up.
I understand it's a passionate subject, but time fails.
It is. Okay. All I wanted to say is that with the issue of training, I think it was done. But the only thing is that there is a gap between WDCs as well as the CDF. Because there
thank
is
you.
no feedback that is gotten from CDF with regard to whoever benefits.
All right, thank you very much. We'll note that, of course, the chairman will respond, I believe. Also noting that the response is actually a requirement in the guidelines in terms of the feedback. So we're going there, and then we'll hear from TI Kenya after the responses. Hopefully time allows us after that. Yes, sir. There's a hand on the front row. Front row end there. I think that is one of the identified future pastors by the he did say he identified 2 future pastors from the debaters. I think that's Pastor 1. Yes, Pastor, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. My question is directed to the CDF chairperson. So in the 30 million CDF allocation, there is an allocation for youths. This is either through bursaries, just to ride on the point that the AAAZ chairperson made to say there is very little information so far as access to these funds is concerned, especially for the youths. As chairperson, can you shed more light on how we, the youths, can have access to these funds? Part 2 is...
One question, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll have quick responses. I think Mr. Luchembe has no question. Chair, you have most of the questions. If you can address them as briefly as you possibly can.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On the issue of feedback, which was raised, there is a major challenge here that as a CDF committee, what happens is that after all projects have been approved by the Ministry of Local Government, what we do as for the case of Livingstone is that we call up a meeting for all WDCs and their secretaries and the ward councillors to give them this feedback, the feedback of what the ministry has approved and what they have not yet approved. So our channel of communication to the ward is through these 2 offices, the office of the councillor and also the office of the WDCs. As for youth, how can you access these funds? As youth, you can access these funds just like other organizations, other groups access the funds. When public notices are put all over the town, inviting applications from youth should take interest to read these notices and also respond to the advertisement. The PA system goes around the wards, informing people on the fund or on the applications that are required. So what I can urge you is that immediately you hear that there are these announcements going on, calling for application for this type of fund, take a keen interest to apply. Otherwise, you are eligible to apply as well. Thank you.
All right, so before Luchembe comes in and his worship the mayor, in the interest of time, if we should not miss anything, it's to draw maybe some lessons from Sheila, as raised by Luchembe initially. In Zambia, we are still managing CDF from the local authority, whereas last time I checked, Kenya was managing them through the office of the member of parliament. They had CDF officers and a case after that. Yes, please, Sheila, you may go ahead and share with us what the situation currently is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy. When you said that they're marvelous or something lessons to be learned from Kenya, I wondered whether they're good because I don't know whether we have the best practice. And I think I need to know which came first, the Zambia CDF or the Kenya CDF. Because in Kenya, as much as CDF has had its successes in terms of, and the intention really was to take resources and services closer to the people, the public. But when we got to a new constitution, which provides for devolution of key government functions, and then we then got county governments. There are then questions of, do we really then need the CDF? Because the CDF was actually ran or led by members of parliament. And then those questions around the separation of power. Members of parliament, one of their key roles in as per our constitution is oversight, legislate, and representation. So in regard to oversight, there are questions of how do you provide oversight to yourself at the same time you're implementing through the CDF. And so their CDF was actually challenged in court after our new constitution. We had some of the civil society organizations going to court to challenge the continued running of CDF by members of parliament on the basis that their work is to oversight. So how do you hold yourself accountable? Because at the same time, there have been several cases of fraud, mismanagement, misappropriation of the CDF funds. And some members of parliament have actually been taken to court because of their management of CDF. But they're the same people who are waiting for the audit reports, to hold to account. So based on that, that case went up to the Supreme Court. The High Court actually held and agreed with the people who had challenged the role of parliamentarians and CDF as was then currently constructed, and actually agreed with them that there needed to be a separation of powers. But they challenged again, members of parliament challenged it again at the appeal court, and appeal court agreed with them. But then it went to the Supreme Court, and the decision that came from the Supreme Court last year was that, yes, there's a problem in regard to separation of powers, and MPs should not be involved in the management of CDF. But even before that, about 7 years ago, while that case was still going on, what happened is that they then designed a new CDF fund. So what they called it was the National Government CDF, saying that now this National Government CDF embraces, the principles of separation of power, looks at the constitutional principles of public participation and so on. And so it's in line with the new constitution. And so it should then be able to operate. But even this has been challenged, and I think it's still in court. So there are questions around that, especially around the management and oversight.
All right, so I think Mr. Sampa and Mr. Ruchembe would draw some lessons from that, giving the overarching power that our MPs have. We now go to our online questions before my panel concludes. Yeah, we're never going to have enough.
So Patrick Nkoma says, science and technology is one sector which provides solutions to all economic sectors. And Zambia is not short of people, both experts and non-experts, with scientific and technological curiosity and creativity. Is it not right and timely to fund scientific and technological activities using CDF? Because scientific and technological solutions help with poverty alleviation and so on. Then the second one, okay, the second one is just a comment. So that's the only question.
All right, so Mr. Chembe, please come in. Your Worship, I want you to respond to the question specifically. Is it possible, is it not possible to fund science and technological research from CDF? But Mr. Chembe first.
So first, I wanted to address the point raised by Mr. Sampa. I hope that the revised CDF Act will address the issues that you had raised in terms of the appointments and who sits on the structures. We've participated in the revising of the Act, and some of the things that we suggested is ensuring that it has representation of different people, young people, women, and other structures, including people with disabilities, but also other very critical issues that needs to address issues of accountability. So we hope that once it's passed, it will address those issues of appointments. To the young person, if I was near you, I'd have said, we got you in terms of access to information. So just dial 667. Unfortunately, it's just on MTN. So we have simplified the CDF guidelines into brochures, but also into voice recordings. So you can follow and listen on how you can access CDF in your local language, in Tonga, Lozi, Bemba, Nyanja, and so forth. So you can access such information. But also, we realize that young people are mostly found on social media. That will not refuse. So we'll also provide such information on our social media platforms. And I believe SEA is also doing the same. So there are different organizations that are trying to address the needs of the young people to ensure that you're accessing this information. Should you find any challenges, our social media platform can always reach out to us to address that. In my conclusion, Jimmy, to ensure that physical decentralization is done, I would suggest that I think also addressing the question that has been raised in terms of scientific approaches. One, let's decentralize, let's digitize CDF. Once we digitize CDF, we can ensure that access and accountability and all the other bottlenecks in terms of feedback and all these other issues that we're addressing are addressed. Of course, it will not happen in one day. It's a long process. And we know that CDF is not here for just this year. It's here to stay. It's constitutional. And so we need to begin to address those issues even for a long time period. The other one is let's introduce constituency public notices that should be updated every month. So constituency notice, board notice should have information on how much these funds are being allocated, are being dispersed, and who has accessed these funds, just to ensure that we are promoting integrity, we are promoting accountability, and we are promoting issues of transparency in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In your concluding remarks, Chair, perhaps also address what is it that we can do better to ensure, as Luchembe has noted, that the fund is managed better and benefits more citizens.
Thank you so much. In my concluding remarks, what I can say is that Constituency Development Fund is a good fund, and the Constituency Development Fund is really bringing a lot of development so far in the communities. What needs to be done, in my view, is that most of the people who are manning this fund are those who have been appointed by the MP. They are volunteers. I think this issue of volunteer should be looked at, because people are not compelled to do this work because it is not a permanent job for them. So I want to appeal that in order for us to reduce corruption in the fund, let us make sure that the fund is managed by people who are responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you conclude, Mayor, as you give your remarks, I would also want you to remember to address the question of, is it possible to consider CDF to fund more things, and specifically science and technological research?
Okay, it is very possible. And even now, currently, CDF sponsors training in all TVETA registered institutions. So to me, it depends also with those TVETA registered institutions, the courses they offer. Because as long as the application is coming from a TVETA registered institution, CDF, according to the current guidelines, it's able to sponsor. So if there are some technological or scientific courses in that TVETA registered institution, it is applicable under CDF. And also, I should mention that we must also remember that CDF currently now, which we have received, is only about, it's just 2 years old. This is the second time we are seeing CDF under this new government. I think we have all these challenges, some teething problems, and like I mentioned earlier, the intention is good, and so we will keep growing And so one of the things going forward, for us to build integrity and good ethics around it, citizens must take keen interest and be able to participate. I have observed that usually good people who intend well, they shun from these things. They always have this notion that as if this thing is politics, and that politics is a dirty game, and yet that's not the case. So we need a lot of good people, a lot of well-intended people, people with integrity, to participate in ward development committees up to the level of CDF. I also employ the civil society organizations. You are also part of helpers of government. Where government ends, that's where civil society organizations begin. And so in doing that, they should help in disseminating information. I'm a bit put aside aback when I heard the student asking about how he can apply for CDF. That shows us how far we still need to disseminate information. And so the civil society organizations also can come on board in making sure that our citizens are sensitized. And that's how we are going to go forward.
All right, thank you very much. So you've heard it for yourselves, young people. Next time you're on social media, please look for Triple AZ, Alliance for Community Action Zambia. And for a while, forget about Rihanna. It doesn't matter what she's dressed on and what she's doing. I think CDF is more important for you and it will change your lives. We never give programs directors recognition and rounds of applause in many events. This being the final panel, please let's celebrate Pastor Buster, who's been a wonderful programs director for this event. Finally, let's also say thank you to Mr. Luchembe, Triple AZ Executive Director, for participating on this panel. Mr. Siamwene's CDFC Chairman for Livingstone, my constituency. A round of applause for him. And of course, my former pastor, His Worship the Mayor of Livingstone, Mr. John Banda. Please give him a round of applause. In my previous life, when signing off on radio, I used to say, between now and the next time I see you, may God watch between you and I. Until then, shalom and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Maliseni. A big hand for him and his team. Well done, well done. This is a topic that attracts a lot of questions, and I'm sure people still have questions. And I hope that those that are with us online, you can still forward your questions and somehow they can be directed to our panelists to answer. By the way, I'm a former CDF chairperson. I'm serious on this one, I'm not joking. So I know how the chair feels when there are such questions that come through. For 4 years, I was for Livingstone constituency. I emphasize that the topic of CDF is very important and people must get to know all about this. Like our mayor said, I think CSOs make sure that people get to have information about CDF. Well, at this time, I am ready to announce the results. And the winner is all right, I see the students breathing hard already. I've been in school before. I know how it feels to wait for results. One time, my former school, Linda Secondary School, against St. Raphael's, it was heated, and we waited for results. When they came, there was noise and jubilation. There's always a winner and a winner. May I, before we announce the results, invite Mr. Singongi to come for a very simple exercise on feedback. Let's concentrate and listen to what he has to lead us through. A big hand for Mr. Singongi from TIZ.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Raise this mic.
It's on. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd just like to get some feedback in real time. I think this one is off. I'll ask our IT to beam on the slides.
we have a very, very brief survey. I know when everyone says survey and brief survey, they don't mean brief survey. But this time I do mean brief survey. Only 3 questions. Okay. So in moving with technology, this one will require you to log on your browser, or if you have one of those smartphones that can scan a QR code, you can scan the QR code that is there on the right. If you not manage to do that, you can type in your browser www.menti.com. The spelling is there. Once you get there, it will ask for a code. The code is that number below there, 8 digits. Very simple instructions. So let's give each other a few moments to log on there. Are we winning? Let me give another 30 seconds for people to log on. So QR code, if not on your browser, www.menti.com, and then you enter that 8-digit code there, should bring you to the survey. Sorry? Yes, for now it should say instructions. Yes. So when you log on, it will bring you to a page which will say instructions. Are we all there? Great. Let's go to our first question. How satisfied are you with ZACC 2023? Sorry? The call? Oh, the code again. Sorry, then I may need to scroll backwards. For those that still need the code, it's there. Have they captured it? I can move on now. Yeah. Have they managed to log on now? Great. Right. So those who have just logged on, you can also put in your answers there quickly before we move on. All right, we'll move on to question 2. Would you like to attend the upcoming 2024 Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference? We need to know. Sorry? There's no? There's more practice. Okay. Right, and then we will move to the last question. And I think Sheila alluded to that to some extent. Where we will have it? Where would you like it to take place? Lusaka, Livingstone, or somewhere else that we need to think about? A rainbow of answers. Livingstone is winning. So, ED, the idea of Lusaka next year might not. Right. All right. And so that's the end of our survey. Just those 3 quick questions. Thank you very much. And hand over back to the moderator.
Well, thank you, Mr. Singongi. Congratulations, Livingstone. Allow me at this point in time to invite the chapter president, TIZ, vice chapter president, TIZ, executive director, TIZ, the chief judge, Mr. Lungu, TIZ, who will be the one announcing the results, and the other judges also to come and join. These are from ACC and GIZ. We are ready for the announcement of the debate results. I will now hand over the microphone to Mr. Lungu, who is the chief adjudicator or judge for this special debate. A big hand for Mr. Lungu.
Thank you so much. Allow me to ride on the protocols that were established yesterday. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing to do the most difficult task. Those who have participated in elections, like the deputy mayor, obviously understands. Thank you so much. Before I announce the results, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to indicate that the debate has shown us that indeed we have young people who are hungry for knowledge, want to know a lot of things, are reading, and indeed are capable of shaping a better future. So allow me to just encourage the debaters and indeed the other students to please take this as your entry into activism when it comes to participating in the fighting against corruption and indeed promoting good governance. So please, thank you so much. So one thing you should know, young people, is that this group of people you are seeing in here are here specifically for you. Like they are doing this for a better future. So everything that is being done here is specifically for a better future. So it is being done for you. Therefore, don't take this as just for the sake of participating, but indeed something that is you're going to make part of your life going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to get into the results for the debate. And I think, as you may be aware, I indicated earlier that announcing the results is a very difficult task. But I will start by announcing the best speakers from each groups. The overall
Sorry, the second best speaker. I'll start with the second best speaker coming from Victoria Falls University. This is no other than Karen Malambo. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Karen. Karen is the best, is the second best speaker, and the best speaker is coming from David Livingstone College of Education. And this is no other than Musowafu Imbua K. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you, Karen and Imbua. And announcing the performance in the debate, out of the possible 50 points each group was supposed to get, Victoria Falls University managed to get 28 points. And from the possible 50 points, David Livingstone College managed to get 40 points. In that regard, I announce David Livingstone College of Education as the winners for this particular debate. David Livingstone, please. It is not, for the purposes of transparency, it is not a brown envelope. Congratulations, David Livingstone College of Education. And that doesn't mean that Victoria Falls University goes with nothing. They are also winners in a way. And in that case, we call upon Victoria Falls University to come forward and as well get something for themselves. Victoria Falls University. Please, Victoria Falls University, come forward, come forward.
Don't cry, don't cry.
That's wonderful participation, guys. Congratulations, congratulations, David Victoria Falls University. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to hand over the mic to the Master of Ceremonies, who will be able to give us further guidance. Thank you so very much, my fellow judges. Thank you so very much on behalf of my fellow judges. Over to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much. We'll be going for tea break as we have ended our session for today in the main hall. So as we go out for the break, the debaters and the VIPs will pose for a photo by the banners there. May I say thank you very much We have made it to this end and we are meeting at 20 hours. We have shifted the gala dinner to 20 hours so that we can have this place get ready for us and ourselves to go and freshen up. Please, you will like to know again that we are giving a reminder to all the delegates, the invited delegates, that you're all invited to the gala dinner this evening. You don't need to pay anything. You are all invited as a delegate to this gala dinner tonight, starting at 20 hours or 8 p.m. right in the main hall. And however, kindly note that we only are paying for non-alcoholic beverages. If you want to take alcoholic drinks or beverages, you will have to pay yourself. But the soft drinks, you are welcome to take as much. Secondly, those who have come with a +1, example, your friend has accompanied you to this meeting as per standard practice and in line with ethics and integrity guidelines. Please, you are expected to incur the cost associated with the +1 person that you have or that are staying with you in the hotel. For example, we expect you to personally cover the breakfast and lunch. All those costs, as these are not planned for under the conference. So we have also, unfortunately, not planned for the +1 person to attend the gala dinner. This is recording. Number 3, please note that the bill that you place on your room will be settled by yourself at the time of checkout. This is serious notification. Please, we release you now for tea. Go get ready for the gala dinner tonight. This has been your Director of Ceremonies, Pastor Buster Paul Mukuni Musweto, saying shalom, shalom. See you at 8 p.m. Dress code again, dress code. Please look elegant in your suits and tie. It's a dinner. Women, go and get that shiny dinner dress.